Do you think that's important to bring more transparency to that effort?
A new proposed bill aiming to give more transparency into city spending. We press city leaders on how your tax dollars are being spent. Plus, a brazen robbery in the historic Canton neighborhood. Why some say the ongoing crime crisis could have dire impacts on the city as a whole.
Temperatures starting off chilly this morning, still tracking a few rain showers before we'll see a drier week as we head toward the weekend. We'll break it all down for you coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for waking up with us on this Tuesday, May 2nd. I'm Megan Gillen. We need to check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers, see what's going on now. Expecting more rain?
Yeah, more showers here that we're going to deal with here later today, Meg, and still going to have to deal with some of those off and on showers later into the morning, but really into the afternoon is what we're talking about. Right now, everything is nice and dry out over the Inner Harbor. We're dealing with some cloud cover, and you can see on our HD radar picking up some light snow showers in western Maryland. That's what we're looking at right now. Even a few rain showers in parts of the D.C. area. So if you are heading down to the south this morning, you'll run right into those. Mid-40s to lower 50s are your current temperatures across the region here. 46 in Rosedale and Towson, 51 your temp in Dundalk. So a cool Tuesday morning. A few of those afternoon showers hanging around, and temperatures definitely staying below average for the next couple of days. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, Justin, thank you. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic network, we have a live camera over Towson here this morning showing very light volume out there. No issues to report here at this hour.
This bill is aimed at solving that and just making it very simple as to who has to file information so that the public can really see where their tax dollars are going to.
We begin this morning in a city in crisis and new efforts to gain more transparency. City Councilman Gitchie Slifer introducing a bill to shed more light on how City Hall spends your tax dollars. The Accountability and Transparency in City Grant Making bill would make nonprofits show receipts for how they spend money that comes from the city.
This bill is set out to clarify who would need to file proper financial disclosures and what reporting would be required. See tens, sometimes hundreds of millions of dollars going out the door to organizations, and it's important that we have the same level of transparency. I too have been asking a lot of questions, and so hopefully this just has a uniform process in how all of these programs are handled.
It is unclear when the bill will get a hearing, but Councilman Schleifer says he is open to working with anyone who wants to get the plan moving forward. Coming up in our 5 o'clock hour, Olivia Dance will be joining us live with what other city council members had to say about that proposed bill. Well, Fox 45 News has been demanding answers about how the Safe Streets program spends its money for more than a year now. In January, Baltimore City handed over more than 450 pages worth of Safe Streets related contracts after Fox 45 News threatened legal action. Those contracts shed light onto how the program operates. The names of employees are redacted because Safe Streets says they are not city employees. They work for the nonprofit that operates their location. You can find more on those contracts on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Well, there are new reports that Mayor Brandon Scott's chief of staff and spokesperson are no longer with his office. Fox 45 News went directly to the mayor's office yesterday to confirm those reports, but we were told there was no one there to speak with us. There has been high turnover within the mayor's office. Mayor Scott's last chief of staff left last fall. His last communications director was asked to leave in January. Well, today, city leaders will be holding an informational hearing to discuss current vacancies in executive leadership positions that are all across all city agencies and the impact that these vacancies have on city operations. Elsewhere in a city in crisis, an armed robbery and shooting in Canton has residents in that area on edge. On Sunday afternoon, a T-Mobile employee was shot inside the store during an armed robbery. Several customers were also robbed before the suspects then ran away. It was a bold daytime crime in the city's historic waterfront neighborhood in downtown Baltimore, which is roughly 2 miles away from Canton. Concern from residents of the overall lawlessness seen in Baltimore.
If I have to be down, that's one thing. If I'm not down here, I don't think I'd go down. Certainly not after dark.
I think things also get played up a lot because it's easier to talk about bad things than good things.
Well, this morning there is no update on the condition of that T-Mobile employee, but police say he was just 22 years old. In the meantime, an economist that we spoke with says the unrelenting crime in Baltimore could have a devastating impact on downtown and other communities.
It destroys jobs. It destroys small business. It destroys main streets. It makes it less likely that people are going to invest in the community to create construction jobs. It's bad for tax base.
April was one of the deadliest months this year, with 25 homicide victims. This year, 88 people have been killed, a marked decline from this time last year, tied for the lowest over the past 5 years. However, crime historically picks up in the spring and summer. Turning now to the crisis in the classroom and yet another setback for the Baltimore City public school system. A newly released report from the Maryland Inspector General's office finds more than $500,000 meant for student transportation may have been misspent. The money was allocated over a 3-year span to a cab company for student rides to school, but it turns out those rides may not have happened. According to the new IG report from the 2018-2019 school year and the 2021-2022 school year, there were about 1,100 students and 3,900 cases when the students had not been in school, but the taxi company claimed they were taken there. In total, racking up nearly $632,000 worth of controversial charges. The report reads in part, quote, "The result of our data analysis indicate Baltimore City Public Schools has paid for taxi cab services for students not attending school, and that Yellow Cab potentially provided fraudulent invoices and vouchers." Well, the OIG has referred the case to the Maryland Attorney General's office for further review. The report also recommends the school system ask for reimbursement from the cab company and keep a closer eye on the charges moving forward. We reached out to Baltimore City Public Schools for comment, but we haven't yet heard back.
The best way to predict the future is to look at the past.
Still ahead on the early edition, a new Baltimore County Police Chief brings new solutions to ongoing problems. We sit down one-on-one and press Chief Robert McCullough on crime in the county. Plus, another cooler start to the morning. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know when those warmer temperatures return. It is 4:37 and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition. All local, all morning.
4:40 is your time right now. We're 20 minutes in front of 5 o'clock on your Weather Authority forecast. Looking at a few showers to the south of Baltimore right now. Also, a few light snow showers in parts of western Maryland. Could see some more accumulating snow by the time we head into Tuesday evening. So that's what they're dealing with there. And you can see the temperature, 32 in Oakland, 41 Cumberland. Most of us here along the Chesapeake in the 40s and 50s at this time. So a bit on the cool side here, but numbers are not going to do much today. They'll rise to the lower 50s, and we'll get to those upper 50s, lower 60s by the afternoon. We do have some warmer and drier conditions ahead as we head toward the weekend, and we'll be highlighting that coming up in a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. Turning now to counties under pressure. New Baltimore County Police Chief Robert McCullough is working to reduce crime. Fox 45 News has spoken with people who actually moved to the county citing safety, but are now concerned. In a Fox 45 News exclusive, Vincent Hill asked the new chief about that.
What do you say to the citizens of Baltimore County? A lot of that moved from the city to the county to feel safer, but now they're at a point where they say they don't feel safe. So what do you say to those citizens that are saying, hey, I don't feel safe in the county?
Well, as a parent, I clearly understand what they're saying, but I also would reassure them as their chief is that we're doing everything to make Baltimore County a safe place to live and to work and for our children to go to school.
You can see the full interview right now by pointing your phone's camera right at that QR code that's on your screen there. That's going to take you right to the story on our website. Coming up after the break, time is running out for Congress to raise the debt ceiling. The meeting set to happen in the coming week and when we could expect a default. Plus, efforts from the White House to act when it comes to gun restrictions. What we are learning about a deadly shooting in Texas. But first, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat this morning on the National Desk. 10 days until the end of Title 42. So what's the plan for the expected surge at the border, and will it work? The former head of Border Protection joins us to discuss this morning on the National Desk. America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. It is 4:42 now, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Turning now to the crisis in the classroom, sex abuse charges have been filed against an Anne Arundel County teacher. In January, police received a report that 43-year-old Manuel Navarro Montero allegedly touched a female student inappropriately at Meade High School. Police say the teacher was immediately removed from the school and an investigation was launched. Police arrested the teacher yesterday morning. He is facing multiple charges. Two 13-year-old girls are accused of handing out marijuana in class. According to Anne Arundel County Police, two students at Northeast Middle School were caught giving THC edibles to their classmates. School officials say they found the drugs after a student who ate one of the gummies complained about feeling sick. Police say 37 gummies were found in one of the students' bags. Both girls have been charged. Taking you live now to the White House this morning. President Joe Biden will meet with all four congressional leaders amid a showdown over the debt ceiling. The Associated Press reporting that meeting is expected to take place next Tuesday. Last week, House Republicans passed legislation to raise the national debt limit by $1.5 trillion in exchange for cuts across domestic programs. The Biden administration has repeatedly called for an increase without conditions. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre saying that the president is prepared to talk, but only about budget and appropriations.
The president said he's happy to meet with McCarthy, but not on whether or not the debt limit gets extended. That's not negotiable. We are continue to be very firm about that, to be very clear.
Republicans argue refusing to negotiate is irresponsible. Meanwhile, time is running out for Congress to raise the debt ceiling. The U.S. Treasury Secretary announcing June 1st is the deadline for a default. President Biden promises the banking system is safe after regulators seized First Republic Bank before selling it to J.P. Morgan Chase. First Republic became the third major bank to fail in less than 2 months. Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank also folded after failing to hedge on low interest rates. Biden is calling for more banking regulations.
I've called on Congress to give regulators the tools to hold bank executives accountable and I've called on regulators to strengthen regulations and supervision of large and regional banks. And folks, we have to make sure that we're not back in this position again.
According to the Washington Post, regulators failed to implement a 2009 law preventing bank executives from selling stock while in their positions. Such behavior is believed to incentivize risky behavior. Trending this morning, a pregnancy announcement at the Met Gala. Serena Williams said on Instagram that she was so excited when Anna Wintour invited the three of us to the Met Gala. The recently retired tennis star proudly showing off the upcoming addition to her family there. Her first daughter, Alexis, was born in 2017. We don't know if she will have a little sister or brother, but of course, congratulations to Serena and her family. Pretty exciting. 4:48 here. We have meteorologist Justin Chambers giving us a look at our forecast. It's been kind of a rainy ride here.
It has. I like Ocean's 8 because they do that whole thing with the Met Gala. You know.
Oh, that's right.
Like whenever it's on TV, I just keep it on.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's one of those movies where I'm like, well, now I'm going to watch the rest of this.
I haven't seen it in a really long time.
Oh, you need to check it out again. It's fun. You know, they steal the Tissot diamond.
That's right.
All right.
Might be a good thing to watch on a rainy day.
Right, exactly. And we'll have some off and on showers here throughout the afternoon today. Even later this morning, could pick up a few of those showers. Definitely have the clouds that are hanging around right now. Some of us saw some rain yesterday. Others didn't see much. So it was just kind of all over the place. I remember there was a point where the sun was out and we was nice and shining. And then we saw the colder temperatures. The wind came in. There were showers. So that's just kind of how we're being unsettled is what we're going to be talking about here. So we saw that yesterday, and we'll see a little bit more of that for today. A little bit more coverage, too, with some of those showers. So 50-year temperature right now at BWI. We're already seeing that west wind about 9 to 15 miles an hour, and that wind is going to pick up as we head later into the afternoon as well. On our HD radar, really not picking up much in the way of actual showers here in Baltimore, but we are seeing a few light snow showers in parts of Garrett County here and some of the mountain locations. Now, when you pull out a little bit farther, you can actually see this area of low pressure right over the Great Lakes. This is what I was talking about yesterday. It's called a cutoff low. So it's just kind of sitting there and bringing in a lot of that colder air and that moisture right up against the mountains, which is why we're seeing that potential for more of that accumulating snow as we head into the next 24 hours. Now, as for us here at home, you can see our hourly future scan. Notice the wind, and that's what those arrows are indicating. The cloud cover through about 9 a.m. As we take you through about, I'd say, 11 into the noon hour, that's when we could get a few more of those showers being picked up here, and then off and on showers as we take you into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour this afternoon with the breezy west wind that we'll be dealing with. Most of those showers move out of here again by tonight, and then as we head into the Wednesday and Thursday portion of your work week, we'll see some drier conditions ahead. So as you rise and shine with us, next couple of hours, upper 40s here, that's what we'll be talking about. Mainly dry for the morning time. Midday is when some of those showers will start to roll in, but look at these temperatures. Not very excited about these. Low to mid and upper 50s. Barely to about 60 degrees, so well below average for this time of year. We're going to be actually a little cooler tomorrow, highs only in the upper 50s, but Thursday, the rebound happens. 65 Thursday afternoon, close to 70 on Friday for Cinco de Mayo, and then low to mid 70s into the weekend. And next week, we'll get back to those upper 70s, and 80s are coming. Meg?
All right, Justin, looking forward to that. Let's take a look at our Len Stoller traffic network. Meantime, we've got our live cameras pulled up around the region. You can see very light volume out there right now, pretty dry conditions. Great time to get up and get your day started. Let's get a check now on mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA joining us. How's it going, Mark?
Well, good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone. Going pretty well for the start out there on the MARC train system commute. You'll find on-time service on the Camden, Penn, and Brunswick lines. Light rail link right on schedule in both directions of that line, and Metro subway link on time, too, for the commute start. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. New efforts in City Hall to bring more transparency to nonprofit spending. We pressed City Council members on their plans to support that new bill. But first, State Senator Ben Cardin will not run for re-election in 2024. Why, he says it is time for him to step aside. It is 4:52 now, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, a local all morning. Looking ahead to election 2024 coverage, Maryland Senator Ben Cardin will not run for re-election in 2024. The 79-year-old Democrat has served 3 terms as U.S. Senator. He started his political career 58 years ago in the House of Delegates back in 1967. Now the senator says it is time to step aside.
I'm not going to retire. I'm going to find other ways to serve, but it will be 58 years that I've served continuously in elected office, 18 campaigns. And it's time to realize that this is not just a 2-year commitment to run for re-election. It would have been an 8-year commitment, 2 years to run and 6 years in term. And I think it's best for me to make the decisions when I'm in control of making my own decisions.
Well, Senator Cardin's announcement will likely start a competitive primary with State Representative David Trone and Prince George's County Executive Angela Alsobrooks, both expected to run as Democrats. Former Governor Larry Hogan will likely face pressure from Republicans to run, but one political expert Fox 45 News spoke with says that is not likely.
Governor Hogan, I don't see him doing this for one reason. This is where the problem is. If he runs, and first, can he win the primary because his own hand-picked successor, Kelly Schultz, couldn't win her primary. The Republican Party in Maryland's become a Trump party, so Hogan would have trouble first winning the primary. The other problem a Republican candidate would have is this. The Democrats would run on this theme. A vote for Larry Hogan or any Republican is a vote to make Mitch McConnell the Senate Majority Leader. That would force Democrats to run into the arms of any Democratic candidate.
Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders weighing in on the president's bid for re-election meantime. He says age should be considered, but so should experience. Sanders says it comes down to who a candidate stands for, and Democrats have to be stronger on working class issues.
They've got to make it clear that we believe in a government that represents all, not just the few. Take on the greed of the insurance companies, the drug companies, Wall Street, all the big money interests, and start delivering for working class people. You do that, I think Biden is going to win in a landslide.
Sanders said it is no secret that he ran against President Biden in the past and they have strong differences of opinion. But he says the choice will be clear for voters come 2024. Republican candidate Nikki Haley opposing competency tests for politicians over the age of 75. That would include Biden and former President Trump. Making headlines this morning. Taking you live to the White House here this morning, where officials are once again urging Congress to act following a mass shooting in Cleveland, Texas. The gunman killed 5 people Friday night, including a 9-year-old child, after neighbors asked him to stop firing his rifle outdoors. Police say an AR-15 style rifle was used in the shootings. White House Press Secretary Jean-Pierre saying that the president and First Lady are praying for the victims, but prayer is not enough.
Congress must act, because what makes tragedies like this one all the more heart-wrenching is the fact that it is entirely within our power to take these weapons of war off our streets.
Well, officials are still searching for the suspect, identified as 38-year-old Francisco Oropesa. CNN reporting that he had entered the U.S. illegally and had been deported by immigration officials at least 4 times since 2009. More than 250 law enforcement officers from multiple agencies are working together to find him. There's more than $80,000 in reward money for information leading to his arrest.
A new proposed bill is pushing for more transparency into city spending. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, all the details of the bill, plus find out which city leaders are supporting it.
An IG report meant for city school students' transportation finds that money was misspent. Just ahead, I'm going to detail that report.
Not quite done with the rain just yet. We have another day or so to get through before we see some warmer numbers. We'll be talking about it and breaking down your forecast on Fox 45, the early edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Tuesday, May 2nd. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we want to get over to this guy, meteorologist Justin Chambers, talking about little bit of showers last night at our house, and that's it for a couple days?
No, we're going to have to deal with more rain today. Yeah, I shouldn't work out because I always injure myself when I do, and I'm just like, this is just why I don't exercise.
No, you just got to do it the right way.
I do?
What did you injure?
My abs.
Okay.
Trying to do some crunches.
Maybe you just know that there's rain coming and you sense it.
Is that what it is?
That's it.
Because
You're a
we're older,
meteorologist.
Tom, and
No,
we can
because
sense
you're a
it with our...
meteorologist.
Oh, okay, because I'm a meteorologist. I like that. Nice comeback. All right, looking outside right now, we do have some of that cloud cover out there. Yeah, we still have to get through at least another day and a half of some of those off and on showers. Some of those rain showers will be through the middle of the day today. Right now, we're getting a few showers being picked up here just south of D.C., and the radar a little overdone on what those showers are doing in Anne Arundel County. You may see a couple of light sprinkles right there, but also tracking some snow showers in western Maryland. So yeah, cold enough for snow out there. Meanwhile, our temperatures mainly in the mid to upper 40s for Cockeysville and Towson. Straight down the JFX to Baltimore City at 49. We're at 48 in Brooklyn Park right now. So here's a look at our weather story for the day. A cool Tuesday morning. Few of those afternoon showers that will be with us, but temperatures staying below average. Mr. Bo says we're good to go on your commute. Numbers mainly in the mid to upper 40s over the next few hours. We'll talk more about that rain and track it for you hour by hour coming up.
This bill is aimed at solving that and just making it very simple as to who has to file information so that the public can really see where their tax dollars are going to.
In a city in crisis, Fox 45 News has been pushing for more transparency from City Hall, and now Councilman Yitzi Schleifer is looking to shed more light on how City Hall spends your tax dollars.
It's the accountability and transparency in the city grant making the bill, which would make nonprofits show receipts for how they spend your money and the money that they get from the city.
Olivia Dance joins us live now with the details of the bill and its next steps. Olivia?
Well, Tom and Patrice, it's unclear when the bill will get a hearing, but it was introduced yesterday and it's already gaining support. Council President Nick Mosby is among those co-sponsoring the bill, which pushes for transparency into how nonprofits spend grants coming into the city, and especially when programs like Safe Streets and Clean Core are surrounded by more questions than answers.
I too have been asking a lot of questions, and so hopefully this just has a uniform process in how all of these programs are handled. We see tens, sometimes hundreds of millions of dollars going out the door to organizations, and it's important that we have the same level of transparency.
The Accountability and Transparency in City Grant-Making Bill was introduced by Councilman Schleifer, and even though there is growing support for the bill, several elected leaders have yet to sign their name to the transparency effort. So Fox 45 News tried to find out why. Councilman Christopher Burnett dodging our questions, but others seem to be on board. Take a listen.
I think, of course, we want to make sure that nonprofits are spending money well. I think we want to make sure that every dollar is spent well.
There should be more transparency and seeing exactly where the grants go. I fully support my colleague.
Again, it's still unclear when the bill will get a hearing, but Councilman Schleifer says he's open to working with anyone who wants to get the plan moving forward. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Early Edition.
Now, Fox 45 News has been demanding answers about how the Safe Streets program spends its money for more than a year. In January, Baltimore City handed over more than 450 pages worth of Safe Streets related contracts after Fox 45 News threatened legal action. Contracts shed light onto how the program operates. The names of employees are redacted because Safe Streets says they are not city employees. They work for the nonprofit that operates their locations. You can find more on those contracts right on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
The mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement is not one of the city agencies subject to audits. Adam Andrzejewski with OpenTheBooks.com says that's a problem.
There isn't any evidence as to whether or not Safe Streets is performing well or not performing at all. There's no annual audit on this, and we've called on Comptroller Bill Henry. Look, the citizens in Baltimore, they need a city watchdog. Bill Henry is the comptroller. He ran on it. The mayor can also perform this function, but people need to be able to follow the money.
Now, as he mentioned, Comptroller Bill Henry promised to expand the audit system on the campaign trail back in 2020. So far, that hasn't happened. Take a listen.
We need to not just do the bare minimum audits of city agencies that are required by the charter. We need to do as many as need to be done.
Well, this brings us to our question of the day. Do you think the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, or MONSE, needs to be audited? So far, 100% of those who have responded say yes. You can weigh in right now by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote. Turning now to the crisis in the classroom and another setback for Baltimore City public school system. A newly released report from the Maryland Inspector General's office finds more than $500,000 meant for student transportation may have been misspent. And Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning from school headquarters to explain. Shannon.
Yeah, that money was allocated over a 3-year span, Tom, to a cab company that was supposed to be giving students rides to school. But it turns out many of those rides were not even happening. In fact, take a look at this right here. According to this new IG report, from the 2018 to 2019 school year and the 2021 to 2022 school year, there were about 1,100 students and 3,900 cases when the students had not been in school, but the taxi company claimed they were taken there. In total, racking up nearly $632,000 worth of controversial charges. The report reads in part, quote, "The results of our data analysis indicate the BCPS has paid for taxi cab services for students not attending school, and that Yellow Cab potentially provided fraudulent invoices and vouchers." The OIGE has referred the case to the Maryland Attorney General's office for further review. So, of course, we are going to continue to follow this very closely.
Well, Shannon, is that report recommending the school system take action and do something about this?
Yeah, absolutely, Tom. So they are recommending that the school try to get reimbursed for those funds from the cab company and, of course, keep a closer eye on those charges moving forward. And we have reached out to the school to find out if they've done any of this or if they have a response, and we have not heard back. Reporting live from City School headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Thank you, Shannon. 5:06 now on this Tuesday morning. A small Oklahoma community is devastated this morning after a gruesome murder scene.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with what we know at this hour. Megan.
Still a lot of questions here. What we know, guys, police confirming they have found 7 bodies during a search for 2 missing teenagers just yesterday. They were discovered on the property of registered sex offender 39-year-old Jesse McFadden, about 50 miles outside Oklahoma City in the town of Henrietta. Authorities believe 2 of the bodies belong to 14-year-old Ivy Webster and 16-year-old Brittany Brewer. A third is believed to be McFadden. According to an advisory issued by the Oklahoma Highway Patrol earlier in the day, the teens were last seen alive traveling with McFadden. At this hour, the town's medical examiner has not yet confirmed the identities of the other bodies that were found or even the cause of death.
It's a big loss for our community. It's just sadness. I don't know how any other way to describe it. Just a loss for words.
She was in my youth group. My kids were friends with the kids that got killed.
McFadden was set to report to court yesterday for the start of a jury trial on charges of soliciting sexual conduct with a minor and child porn possession. Oklahoma Department of Corrections prison records showing that he was convicted of first-degree rape back in 2003. He was released in October of 2020. We're going to keep you posted as we learn more from our live center. That's the latest. Tom, back to you.
Thank you, Megan. Still ahead on the early edition, brazen robbery right in historic Canton neighborhood. Why some say the ongoing crime crisis could have dire impacts on the city as a whole.
The best way to predict the future is to look at the past.
Plus, a new Baltimore County police chief brings new solutions to ongoing problems. We sit down one-on-one with Chief Robert McCullough to talk about crime in the county.
Not quite done with the rain just yet. We'll be tracking those showers for later today and when we'll see warmer temperatures as well. All of that coming up in just a few minutes right here on Fox 45 Early Edition. 5:11 is your time. It is Tuesday morning, and as we look at our HD radar, we are tracking just a few showers for you in Anne Arundel County. You're seeing that from Severn over to Severna Park and right around Annapolis, just south of Riviera Beach, about to cross over the Chesapeake and move over toward the eastern shore toward Rock Hall. So don't be surprised if you wake up, see a little bit of that rain out there. On the out the door cast, jacket, umbrella, probably not the sunglasses today because we'll keep the clouds around, and we do have the potential for more of those showers as we head toward the afternoon. We'll break this down a bit further for you, more in detail, coming up in a few minutes from right now.
A bold robbery in the historic Canton neighborhood. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, an economist weighs in on how the crime crisis could impact the entire city.
Former President Donald Trump set to participate in a CNN town hall, while some say it's a tactic to separate himself from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. 5:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
.15 and making headlines this morning after winning a ski crash lawsuit. Actress Gwyneth Paltrow will not recoup her legal fees. The jury came to the unanimous verdict saying the man who collided with Paltrow on the slopes back in 2016 was 100% at fault. They awarded her the $1 she sought in a countersuit, but they left the attorney's fees up to the judge to decide. This weekend, the final judgment was published. The judge determined the actress would not seek attorney's fees and the defendant would not appeal the verdict.
Former President Donald Trump will participate in a CNN town hall next week. It's being called a demonstration of his love-hate relationship with the news outlet. Trump has frequently blasted CNN as fake news and avoided interviews with CNN journalists while he was in office. A live event set to take place next Wednesday in New Hampshire. Now, Trump will take questions from undeclared voters. It can be seen as a way to set himself apart from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, who is widely expected to join the race.
Taking you live to the White House this morning, where President Biden is hosting a celebration of Eid al-Fitr this week. The holiday marks the end of the holy month of Ramadan. After fasting throughout the month, many Muslims celebrate with prayer, food, and family. Biden acknowledging the contributions of Muslim Americans across the U.S.
You've led civil society groups in helping refugees and people with disabilities, creating opportunities for women, and standing up against hate. Muslim culture is woven throughout the American culture in music, film, literature, fashion, and the arts.
The start of the holiday is traditionally based on sightings of the moon in the U.S. this year. It began the evening of Thursday, April 20th, and ended the evening of Friday, April 21st.
Continuing coverage this morning, Missouri judge is pushing back against the enforcement of the Attorney General's emergency rule regarding what is called gender-affirming treatments. Now, the judge issued a temporary restraining order and set up a hearing in the meantime for a lawsuit challenging the rule. AG ordered adults and children to undergo more than a year of therapy, among other requirements, before they can receive care, like puberty blockers, hormones, and surgery. The judge says implementing the rule would result in immediate and irreparable loss for parents, regardless of litigation outcome.
Take a look at these adorable photos sent in by one of our viewers. 1-year-old Myron Troy hanging out with Adeline, a baby lamb, and Harry the cat. Linda tells us that Harry is actually bigger than Adeline. That's cute. All right, well, whether you're hanging out with the baby lamb or taking a walk through the park or maybe heading out to Camden Yards for an Orioles game, we want to see how you are enjoying spring. Scan the QR code on your screen, and that will take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in, where you can upload your pictures and your videos. It's powered by Stackla.
5:18 now on this Tuesday morning. We need to find out exactly how the kids should be dressing for the bus stop.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers has that.
You know, it's supposed to be April showers, bring May flowers, and it's May. Like, come on, we're done with April.
Spring.
Yeah, but it's still May, and still showers. It's still hanging on, essentially. But as you mentioned, kids at the bus stop, a little cool this morning. Definitely have the umbrella ready. We'll have your bus stop forecast here in just a sec, because we are tracking a few showers right now. Some of you in parts of Anne Arundel County seeing a little bit of that light rain. Overall, you can see some of those clouds hanging out over the inner harbor at this time. And here's a look at our HD radar. Some of those showers just south of Baltimore City. Also, even some snow showers being picked up in parts of Garrett County, where we have a winter weather advisory. That goes until 10 o'clock this morning. Could see some more accumulating snow areas above 3,000 feet in parts of the Alleghenies, not only today, but also tonight and into tomorrow. It's all part of this larger area of low pressure. Right there, you see that L on the screen. This is up in the Great Lakes region, and this is the trough of low pressure, that yellow line right there that basically is just on the other side of the mountain. So that's what we're seeing, kind of all of this cooler air and that moisture that still is hanging around with that. Now, here's a look at our hourly future scan. The arrows indicating where that wind's going to be coming from. More of a westerly wind for today. And notice those showers developing by about 11 o'clock this morning. Off and on showers stay with us through the later part of the afternoon. So we keep the cloud cover around as well. Then that rain is going to move out of here. So by this evening, we will see some drier air moving in and some nicer conditions and less unsettled. But as the kids head out to the bus stop, beep, beep, your bus stop forecast, upper 40s through 7 a.m., mid to upper 50s through the noon hour, and we'll be in the lower 60s for some of you when you get picked up later today, when the kids get picked up. Looking at some rain here later this afternoon as well. So here's a look at your high temperatures. Not very excited about these. Low to mid 50s for Westminster, Cockeysville, and Bel Air. We'll try to get to about 60 in Baltimore City, 57 in Annapolis for your high this afternoon. Mid to upper 50s, continuing up and down the 95 corridor, where we'll only be in the upper 40s in Cumberland. But good news is ahead. For the next 6 to 10 days, we are tracking above average temperatures right here in the mid-Atlantic and up and down the East Coast. So those warmer numbers are just around the corner. Hold off on that car wash probably through about Thursday. We may be able to get the car cleaned up on Thursday afternoon, as we'll be drier, but Tuesday and Wednesday we have those red lights there. Here's a look at your future scan. So again, those showers off and on through the morning and into the afternoon today. For tomorrow, a little bit less in the chance of that rain coverage, and we'll see more of a northwesterly wind on Wednesday. Thursday, finally, that low starts to slide out of here and will be drier, and then definitely warming up nicely. Friday looking great, as is the weekend, which is right around the corner. Cinco de Mayo coming up on Friday as well. Here's that 7-day forecast after the 60s and even 50s in the next few days. Mid-60s Thursday. We're close to 70 on Friday, and then low to mid-70s as we head into the weekend, even close to 80 by early next week. Back to you.
That looks wonderful. Thank you, Justin. Looking now at the Lynn Stoller Traffic Network, also looking wonderful. Everybody that's up and out on the roads this morning is up to speed. Light volume at this hour. Let's get a check of mass transit. We've got Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Patrice. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find Penn Train 505 and Canton Train 841 operating with 5 to 10 minute delays. The other trains look good, with the exception of Train 843, which is expected to be about 10 to 20 minutes late. Out there on Light Rail Link, on-time service in both directions there. And Metro Subway Link checking in on time between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for travel. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
The Catholic Church in for a legal reckoning as more abuse survivors come forward. Just ahead, we're going to tell you what's ahead in their legal battle.
And we sit down one-on-one with Baltimore County's new police chief, his goals for his tenure, and how he plans to curb juvenile crime. Just ahead. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
.524 and happening today, Chesapeake Region Accessible Boating will host a ribbon cutting ceremony at the new Annapolis Adaptive Boating Center. The center is a $6 million project and is an essential part of the group's strategic plan to increase accessibility of the Chesapeake Bay for people with disabilities, recovering warriors, and youth from underserved communities. Maryland Comptroller Brooke Learman, along with Anne Arundel County Executive Stuart Pittman, will be in attendance. The ribbon cutting happens at 10 this morning.
We also want to make you aware of a traffic alert this morning, taking you to the Bay Bridge live this morning, where this week and next will be some closing of its lanes, all because of maintenance work. Westbound lanes will close tonight through Wednesday night, starting at 9, and then we'll go until 5 in the morning. Then Thursday night, the lanes will close at 10, but then reopen at 5. Eastbound, we'll see closures next week and during the day, Monday through Thursday.
And looking ahead this morning to Pride Month here in Baltimore, the Baltimore Zoo is inviting you to come out and celebrate Pride. On June 25th, the zoo is celebrating by introducing their Pride lions and other animals. The afternoon will also include drinks, dancing, drag shows, and more. Tickets for the event go on sale next Monday, May 8th.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by Shine Medical Center.
Well, it's that time of year where we celebrate Mom, and you could win extra spending money every day from now until May 12th. Just grab your phone, scan that QR code you see right there on your screen for your chance to win a $100 Visa gift card. Play our Mother's Day Mania trivia contest. Get the question right, and you can win $100 daily prize. You don't even need to be a mom. Scan the QR to get this Mother's Day Mania trivia question of the day, and good luck.
Still ahead on the early edition, more rain on the way. Our Weather Authority team is tracking when that rain will impact your outdoor plans.
Plus, a big week in economic news. The jobs report expected to drop in just hours, and when we could get a decision on interest rates. All of that straight ahead from our live center. It is 5:27 on Fox 45 Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back on this Tuesday morning. Coming up on 5:30, I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and meteorologist Justin Chambers getting us pumped up this morning, playing some music during the commercial breaks and getting us ready for the rain.
That's what DJ Doppler does. Yeah. The ones and twos of the Weather Center here. There's no stuff over here. I'd wish there was. It'd be cool if we had, like, you know, a couple of techniques. But either way, let's take a look outside right now. Looking out, what? Two turntables and a microphone. That's right. Yeah. Looking out over the Inner Harbor, we have some clouds that are kind of hanging around, and some of you seeing a few light rain showers. You saw those showers that just through Severna Park and right over the Inner Harbor at this time. That's what we're seeing. Just again, a little bit of light rain is all we are seeing. Our morning commute looking like this: upper 40s and lower 50s over the next couple of hours, with the cloud cover sticking around. Rain showers picking up as we head later into the morning and into the middle part of the day. We're only going to go to about 60 for our high today, so it will be breezy and cool for the afternoon. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network and seeing some of the cameras around the region here. We do have one incident that we need to report. The camera's not really showing so far away, but it is on the outer loop. There's multiple vehicle collision right past exit 36 at Southeast Boulevard. So the outer loop seeing just a little bit of tapping of your brakes there. Everybody else, you're in the green.
We are following three big stories for you at 5:30.
Brazen robbery in broad daylight right in the heart of Canton. The impacts, one economist says, the ongoing crime crisis could have on Baltimore City.
A new law could encourage adults who were abused as children within the Baltimore Archdiocese to come forward. We take a look at what is to come.
Plus, Baltimore County seeing deadly acts of violence. We question the new police chief on solutions.
We have live team coverage of our top stories this morning, starting with Olivia Dance and a city in crisis.
If I have to be down, that's one thing. If I'm not down here, I don't think I'd go down. Certainly not after dark.
I think things also get played up a lot because it's easier to talk about bad things than good things.
An armed robbery and shooting in Canton has residents in that area on edge. On Sunday, a T-Mobile employee was shot inside the store during an armed robbery. Olivia Dance joins us live this morning with the latest details in the robbery and the impact that one economist says the ongoing crime could have on the city. Olivia.
Well, Patrice, this morning there is no update on the condition of the T-Mobile employee who was shot, but police say he's only 22 years old. It's also still unclear if this store will reopen today. Now, it was closed yesterday after that bold armed robbery on Sunday. Before the employee was shot inside the store, several customers were also robbed before the suspects ran away. It happened during the day in Canton, which is the city's historic waterfront district. Another example of a senseless crime. And residents we spoke to are on edge after what happened here in Canton and other recent unlawfulness seen downtown, including just last month when 2 juveniles were shot a short distance away from dozens of police officers trying to break up a fight at the Inner Harbor. One economist believes all the crime could have a devastating impact on Baltimore.
It destroys jobs. It destroys small business. It destroys main streets. It makes it less likely that people are going to invest in the community to create construction jobs. It's bad for tax base.
Again, no update on when the T-Mobile will open, but of course, if you have any information about the armed robbery, you're asked to call police. For now, reporting live in Canton, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
April was one of the deadliest months this year with 25 homicide victims. In all this year, 88 people have been killed. That is tied for the lowest through April over the past 5 years. However, crime historically picks up in the spring and summer. In each of the previous 4 years, the city saw at least 330 people killed. The hope is the pace does not pick up this year, and this streak is broken.
Well, developing this morning, more abuse survivors coming forward following the public release of that bombshell report from the Maryland Attorney General's office detailing decades of sexual abuse within the Baltimore Archdiocese. Well, Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning with a closer look at what's happening now and what's to come. Shannon.
Yeah, on top of that bombshell report, Tom, we know that there is a new law in place that allows adult sex abuse survivors who were abused as kids to sue their abusers now. And so lawyers that we spoke with say the Catholic Church is now in for a legal reckoning. In fact, you've probably seen some of these ads and billboards up, the internet ads circulating around online. Well, lawyers from across the country are seeking out Maryland sex abuse survivors, and a wave of lawsuits will hit come October 1st. And that's because that's the day the Child Abuse Act takes effect. But victims still have a significant hurdle ahead. A provision in the new law includes a measure that would put the lawsuits on hold until the Maryland Supreme Court can determine whether the new law is constitutional. Now, we spoke with Baltimore City lawyer Robert Jenner, who sits on a National Survivor Advisory Board and helped rally behind the Child Victims Act in Annapolis. He says his law firm has already joined forces with 2 other local firms and is looking to bring on at least 6 more for a mass action lawsuit with massive amounts of money involved.
Lawyers will be working together collaboratively to get a single voice, to get the best possible setting we can.
These cases potentially are worth hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars.
In the meantime, we have reached out to the Baltimore Archdiocese to see if they are going to challenge this new law in the Maryland Supreme Court. We have not heard back. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
In a one-on-one interview, Baltimore County's new police chief addresses growing crime concerns.
And Taylor Stewart is joining us live in the studio this morning with more on the sit-down with Chief Robert McCullough and the challenges facing his department. Taylor?
That's right. McCullough is the county's first black chief of police, and he's stepping into his new role as more and more residents tell Fox 45 gun violence is an increasing concern. This follows 2 deadly shootings in a single week. He talked about transparency, policy, community engagement, and the goals of his tenure. Take a listen.
What we're going to do is take a holistic approach to policing. We're going to be proactive. I've asked my patrol commanders to make sure that our officers are out there, they're being visible.
Right now, the department is working to fill 219 vacancies, but despite that, he says expect his officers to be out and interacting with the community. This visibility tactic is what the department will use to address an increasing concern of summer violence, as juvenile violence, rather, as the summer approaches. He says no parent should have to receive the call 16-year-old Trayshawn Harmon parents received when he was shot and killed near the Towson Town Center in February. Take a listen.
As a parent, I clearly understand what they're saying, but I also would reassure them as their chief is that we're doing everything to make Baltimore County a safe place to live and to work and for our children to go to school.
And as to whether he's concerned about crime from the city spilling into the county, McCullough sees it this way.
I think crime knows no boundaries. Crime is everywhere. Crime does not know the city or county line.
Right now, Baltimore County is dealing with 8 homicides so far this year, but through partnership with surrounding agencies, McCullough says he's confident he can tackle the job. You can watch this full interview on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Back to you.
Do you think that's important to bring more transparency to that effort?
A new proposed bill aiming to give more transparency into city spending. We press city leaders on how your tax dollars are being spent.
Plus, we have another cooler start to your morning with rain headed our way. It's snowing right now at Deep Creek. Our Weather Authority team was letting us know when the warmth returns, though. 5:38, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
5:41 now. The Federal Reserve begins 2 days of meetings today that will end with a decision on interest rates tomorrow afternoon.
And Megan Gillen is at our live center right now with the early predictions. Megan.
Here's what we're hearing, guys. It is wildly expected that we're going to see one more quarter-point increase and then a pause on hikes for the rest of the year, assuming inflation and labor market continue to show signs of cooling here. Speaking of the labor market, this week's economic headlines will include a lot about jobs. We are expecting a major report this morning on the total number of jobs open in the U.S. as of March. It is expected to show the number of openings declined to 9.6 million in March. Economists say that is still a lot of open jobs and a sign that hiring is strong. However, hiring is declining, with the number of open positions falling since we hit 11 million in December, and well below 1 year ago. Look at this, when we had a record 11.5 million open jobs. That was March of 2022. At that time, there were 2 jobs available for every unemployed worker in the U.S. That jobs report drops at 10 o'clock this morning, the first of several that we're going to get over the course of this week. We'll have updates for you right here from our live center. Back to you.
New efforts in City Hall to bring more transparency to nonprofit spending. We press City Council members on their plans to support the new bill.
Time is running out for Congress to raise the debt ceiling. As Megan was just talking about, the meeting's set to happen soon and when we could expect a default. 5:42, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local all morning. .45 on this Tuesday morning, a consumer alert for you. Scammers are targeting young adults on social media, stealing credit card and other personal information. Now, scammers, they're advertising fake, cheap products on various sites in order to gather data, to buy gift cards and cryptocurrency. Tech experts say younger generations are targeted in these attacks because they are more comfortable with making online purchases. Well, the Federal Trade Commission, the FTC, says online shopping is most common place for scams and reported $1.2 billion in losses from social media fraud just last year.
The Orioles are heading to Kansas City today after having the day off yesterday. They have officially wrapped up their first full month of the season in April.
18 wins last month. The team is now 19-9 overall. And those 18 wins, now the franchise April record. The O's start has them second in the American League East, 3.5 back from the Rays.
We are following the wicked weather that ripped through parts of the country over the weekend. Take a look at this. A tornado ripping through Virginia Beach on Sunday, taking out homes and trees. The tornado was rated an EF3 with 140 to 150 mile-per-hour winds. A resident captured the powerful tornado on video. Look at it there in the distance. City officials estimate that twister damaged up to 100 homes after it touched down. Several residents also reporting gas leaks as crews are working to bring back power to hundreds of homes left in the dark.
Taking a live look across Maryland this morning. Luckily, we are not dealing with any severe weather, but we are going to see a cooler week ahead with more rain on the way. In that bottom right corner there, that was Deep Creek, and there were some flurries falling just a little while ago.
I like looking at the other one because that was a pretty shot over the harbor. No, I don't want to see the snow in Deep Creek.
Yeah.
That shot. Now that's a pretty start to the day. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here.
Yeah, and when you look at the shot, guys, you can actually see some of those light showers out there across the bay from downtown, looking right through the inner harbor. Cloudy start to your morning, and our temperatures, which mainly are in the 40s and 50s right now. That's what we're looking at. Officially 49 at BWI. Cool Tuesday morning. We are tracking a few more of those afternoon showers and temperatures that stay below average. We're only going to get to about 60 today. We got to those lower 60s yesterday. And here's some of those showers that were just picked up on our HD radar. So rolled right through Severna Park, Annapolis, now moving over toward Rock Hall. And just again, a couple of light showers is about all we're seeing at this time. The larger picture does show that we're picking up a few of those snow showers where that winter weather advisory is in Garrett County. This goes until 10 o'clock this morning and could see even more of that accumulating snow on the backside of the Alleghenies. It's all part of this area of low pressure that's parked over the Great Lakes region. That's that cutoff low that's been bringing us the unsettled weather for the last couple of days and will continue to do so as we head into the day today. So let's show you our hourly future scan, taking you through about 8, 9 o'clock this morning. Overall staying mainly dry. So your commute should be no issue in terms of getting out there this morning. But as you go through about midday today, that's when we're starting to see more of those showers being picked up on our weather computer models and continuing to see those showers into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Could even see some moderate to heavy rain showers there. Still a lot of moisture left over from the system that we had over the weekend. But by this evening, that rain does move out of here. So here's a look at your Rise and Shinecast. Next couple of hours, upper 40s and lower 50s. Again, staying dry with that sun up at 6:07 this morning and goes to bed after 8 o'clock this evening. So there it is. Bromo Seltzer Tower. Maybe someday I'll be up in there, but you never know. We'll see what happens. Rumors that could happen soon. Lower 50s here in the 8 o'clock hour. And then as we take you through noon today, again, we'll keep those clouds around. A couple of showers start moving through in midday. We'll see those upper 50s and only get into the lower 60s for this afternoon. So the cool and kind of cloudy skies will prevail. Upper 50s here for a lot of you, even some lower 50s for the Hereford zone, Westminster down through Eldersburg. So the cloud cover not really allowing for us to warm up much today. Mid to upper 50s across Howard and Anne Arundel counties for you. On your MoCast, yeah, I would hold off probably until Thursday, only because we still have the rain to deal with today, and even tomorrow still going to have some of the soggy conditions out there on the grass. I will say I tried to mow yesterday, but there's still like a little area of water, and I'm like, all right, I'm not mowing through that. So don't worry, I'll get to it at the end of this week. 58 tomorrow, mid 60s on Thursday, then back to the upper 60s Friday, even low to mid 70s for Saturday and Sunday. Overall, your Cinco de Mayo weekend looking very nice with drier and warmer conditions ahead. Back to you.
Well, let's take a look now at your Len Stoller traffic network, and you're taking a live shot from 895-95 split there, where it looks perfect right now this morning. So if you're heading out for your morning commute, no issues there. The only issue to report is still on the outer loop, where there's some delay, and we were talking about a collision right near Southeast Boulevard, where there's a vehicle involved, and it's causing a little bit of a backup now for you. Let's take you live now. Our traffic photojournalist Graham cruising along the outer loop before the sun comes up, and no wipers on, so that's always a great indication, exactly what Justin was just saying. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Good Tuesday morning, Mark.
Good Tuesday morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the BART train system, you'll find Penn Train 511 operating with about a 5-minute delay, and Canton 843 expected to be about 15 to 20 minutes late. I expect a little delay there and allow time for travel. If your ride is on light rail link, nothing in your way. Looking good for the commute there in both directions of that service. And Metro Subway link on time, too, in both directions. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
The nation's largest LGBTQ plus advocacy group has some demands for Bud Light. I'm Kayla Gaskins in Washington with what they're asking for. Straight ahead. .554 sex abuse charges have been filed again against an Anne Arundel County teacher. In January, police received a report that 43-year-old Manuel Navarro Montero allegedly touched a female student inappropriately at Meade High School. Police say the teacher was immediately removed from the school and an investigation was launched. Police arrested Navarro Montero this morning. He is facing multiple charges.
Well, also in Anne Arundel County, according to police, two 13-year-old girls are accused of handing out THC edibles in class at Northeast Middle School. Now, school officials say they found the drugs after a student ate one of the gummies, then complained about feeling sick. Police say 37 gummies were found in one of the students' bags. Both girls have been charged with distribution.
A Massachusetts teacher sends a middle schooler home from class for a statement that he made with his T-shirt. The 12-year-old shirt looked something like this edited sample, stating, quote, "There are only two genders." The boy was removed from gym class and told to change his shirt after others complained that it made them feel unsafe. He refused. The boy says that he is protected by the First Amendment, so he was then picked up from school by his father. The national desk reached out to the school and the district for comment, but has not yet heard back.
And this brings us to our question of the day. At what age do you think students should be exposed to the LGBTQ curriculum? in elementary, middle, high school, or none of the above. Of those who have voted, 91% responding saying none of the above. You can make your voice heard right now at foxbaltimore.com/vote. Just click on the polls tab to weigh in.
Now to your consumer news. Bud Light sales continue to trend downward a month after a controversial partnership with a trans activist and social media star was announced.
Sinclair national correspondent Kayla Gaskin is joining us now with how the nation's largest LGBTQ plus activist group is now responding.
The controversy surrounding Bud Light remaining heavy following intense conservative backlash.
Let me say something to all you.
For the polarizing March Madness partnership with trans activist Dylan Mulvaney.
I got some Bud Lights for us.
The Human Rights Campaign, the nation's largest LGBTQ plus civil rights group, penning a letter to Bud Light parent company Anheuser-Busch. The Hill reporting the letter asks for renewed support of the trans community, reading in part, quote, when faced with anti-LGBTQ plus and transphobic criticism, Anheuser-Busch's actions demonstrate a profound lack of fortitude in upholding its values of diversity, equity, and inclusion. In response to the backlash, Bud Light placed 2 executives on leave, released a patriotic ad,
rooted in the heart of America.
And Anheuser-Busch's CEO releasing a statement saying they never intended to be a part of a discussion that divides. Former Anheuser-Busch president Anson Frericks telling Fox Business it's still making headlines and losing profits because the company has an accountability problem.
Anheuser-Busch has forgotten who it is accountable to, and it's accountable to its shareholders. We're a month into this controversy, and the reason that we're still into this and still talking about it is Anheuser-Busch has not been clear about what Bud Light stands for. Traditionally, it's been an apolitical brand that did not get into politics.
The latest data released Monday shows Bud Light sales continuing to spiral downwards, dipping 21% lower than this time last year, according to Bump Williams Consulting. Sales for competitors, Coors Light and Miller Lite, both up more than 20%.
Anheuser-Busch stocks remain down slightly since the controversy began, but they are still the world's largest beer company. In Washington, I'm Kayla Gaskins.
Taking you live to Capitol Hill this morning, where President Joe Biden will be meeting with 4 congressional leaders amid a showdown over the debt ceiling.
The AP reports the meeting is expected to take place 1 week from today. Last week, House Republicans passed legislation to raise the national debt limit by $1.5 trillion in exchange for cuts across domestic programs. The Biden administration has repeatedly called for an increase without conditions. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre says the president is prepared to talk, but only about budget and appropriations.
The president said he's happy to meet with McCarthy, but not on whether or not the debt limit gets extended. That's not negotiable. We are continue to be very firm about that, to be very clear.
Republicans argue refusing to negotiate is irresponsible. Meanwhile, time is running out for Congress to raise the debt ceiling. U.S. Treasury Secretary announcing yesterday June 1st is the possible deadline for a default.
A new proposed bill is pushing for more transparency into city spending. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, all the details of the bill, plus find out which city leaders are supporting it.
An IG report shows that $500,000 meant for city school students' transportation was misspent. Just ahead, I'm going to break down that report.
Baltimore County's new police chief sits down for a one-on-one interview with Fox 45 News. Still to come this morning, how he plans to handle growing crime concerns and his overall goals while in the position.
Still tracking a few showers for today, but we do have drier conditions and warmer numbers as we head toward the weekend. We'll talk about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Tuesday, May 2nd. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Flurries on the west side of the state right now, the east side, beach weather.
Here's the divide. I don't want to hear about flurries. It's May.
I know.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers
We
is
talked
here.
about this yesterday. We're talking about accumulating snow, winter storm warnings in the mountains of West Virginia, winter weather advisory in Garrett County,
I
above
can't.
3,000 feet. Yeah, come on, let's go skiing.
Let's do it.
Shine up the board, whatever. Get it all waxed up and get ready to shred some pow, man. All right, our live cam right now over downtown Baltimore. Lots of cloud cover that's out there. A few showers that just moved through a little while ago. Overall, we're going to be tracking more showers through the middle of the day today. Rain showers, don't worry. We're talking about temperatures, though, that do stay below average for this time of year. So on your morning drive, we're dry. We're talking about numbers upper 40s and lower 50s here for your morning commute. But it's going to be one of those cloudy days and more of that rain rolls in later this afternoon. 3 T-cast right here. Today, tonight, tomorrow, 60, 43, and only upper 50s. So that cooler air is sticking around through tomorrow. But as I mentioned, we'll have some warmer numbers on the way toward the weekend, and we'll break that down for you coming up in just a few. How are we looking on the roads right now, Tom?
The road looks pretty good, actually. No issues to report. Len Stoller Traffic Network. There is a power outage that's in Rosedale. And that was causing, there was also another collision earlier that was causing there was 2 vehicles there that were moved over, but they're completely gone. As you see the camera there, there's no issues to report there. That was between 702 and Pulaski Highway earlier. Cameras showing that the vehicles are moving along just fine.
Do you plan to support the transparency and accountability in the grant-making process bill?
Okay. I haven't had a hearing on that yet.
I know, but it was introduced today. Do you plan to co-sponsor it? Do you think that's important to bring more transparency to that effort?
From your tax dollars to city schools, Fox 45 News continues to push for more transparency from City Hall.
And this morning we have live team coverage on how the transparency is being handled in different departments. Well, in a few minutes, Shannon Lilly will be joining us live with a look at the new Maryland Inspector General report on Baltimore City Schools transportation spending.
But first, we begin with Olivia Dance. She has details on the grant-making bill on the accountability and transparency in city, plus its next steps. Olivia.
Well, Patrice, it's unclear when the bill will get a hearing, but it was introduced yesterday, and it's already gaining support. Council President Nick Mosby is among those co-sponsoring the bill, which pushes for transparency on how nonprofits spend grants coming from the city, especially when programs like Safe Streets and Clean Core are surrounded by more questions than answers.
I, too, have been asking a lot of questions, and so, hopefully this just has a uniform process in how all of these programs are handled. We see tens, sometimes hundreds of millions of dollars going out the door to organizations, and it's important that we have the same level of transparency.
The Accountability and Transparency in City grant-making bill was introduced by Councilman Schleifer, and even though there is growing support for the bill, several elected leaders have yet to sign their name to the transparency effort. So Fox 45 News tried to find out why. Councilman Christopher Burnett dodging our questions, but others seem to be on board. Take a listen.
I think, of course, we want to make sure that nonprofits are spending money well. I think we want to make sure that every dollar is spent well.
There should be more transparency and seeing exactly where the grants go. I fully support my colleague.
Again, it's still unclear when the bill will get a hearing, but Councilman Schleifer says he's open to working with anyone who wants to get the plan moving forward. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Elsewhere in a city in crisis happening today, city leaders will be holding an informational hearing on job vacancies. They'll be discussing current vacancies in the executive leadership positions all across all city agencies, as well as the impact it has on city operations.
Turning now to the crisis in the classroom as we continue our team coverage.
We're seeing yet another setback for the Baltimore City public school system. A newly released report from the Maryland Inspector General's office finds more than $500,000 meant for student transportation may have been misspent.
Shannon Lilly joins us live from school headquarters to explain. Shannon.
Yeah, so that money, Patrice, was allocated over a 3-year span to a cab company that was supposed to be giving students rides to school. Turns out, though, many of those rides may not have even happened. In fact, take a look at this right here. According to this new IG report, from the 2018 to the 2019 school year and the 2021 to 2022 school year, there were about 1,100 students and 3,900 cases when the students had not been in school, but the taxi company claimed they were taken there. In total, racking up nearly $632,000 worth of controversial charges. So the report reads, in part, quote, "The results of our data analysis indicate the BCPS has paid for taxicab services for students not attending school, and that yellow cab potentially provided fraudulent invoices and vouchers. The OIGE has referred the case to the Maryland Attorney General's office for further review." So, of course, Patrice, we are going to be closely following this moving forward.
So, Shannon, does the report make any recommendations for the school system?
Absolutely. So the report, the IG is recommending that the school try to get reimbursed from this taxicab company, Patrice. They are also telling the school to keep a closer eye on the charges moving forward. Now, we have reached out to the school system to find out if they have a response to any of this. We have not heard back. Reporting live from City School headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
For a full report on the problems linked to Baltimore City Public Schools, you can just head over to foxbaltimore.com. There you can read everything from misspent funds to ghost students.
Canton residents are on edge following an armed robbery and shooting happening in broad daylight.
Topping our next half hour, how the event unfolded and the impact this could have on the area moving forward.
Plus, an Oklahoma community searching for answers after 7 bodies were discovered at a home. New details on their discovery and the potential link to a convicted sex offender.
Cloudy and cool start to your Tuesday morning. We're tracking more rain showers as well. Breaking down that forecast for you coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning.
.609 in from your live center. A small Oklahoma community is devastated this morning after a gruesome murder scene right where they live.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with what we know at this hour. Megan.
We know police now confirming they have found 7 bodies. This happened during a search for 2 missing teenagers yesterday. They were discovered on the property of registered sex offender 39-year-old Jesse McFadden, about 50 miles outside of Oklahoma City in the town of Henrietta. Authorities believe that 2 of the bodies belong to 14-year-old Ivy Webster and 16-year-old Brittany Brewer. A third is believed to be McFadden. According to an advisory issued by the Oklahoma Highway Patrol earlier in the day, the teens were last seen alive, traveling with McFadden. At this hour, the town's medical examiner has not yet confirmed the identities of the other bodies that were found or the cause of death.
It's a big loss for our community. It's just sadness. I don't know any other way to describe it. Just a loss for words.
She was in my youth group.
My kids were friends with the kids that got killed.
McFadden was set to report in court yesterday for the start of a jury trial on charges of soliciting sexual conduct with a minor and child porn possession. Oklahoma Department of Corrections prison records showing that he was convicted of first-degree rape. That was back in 2003, and then he was released in October of 2020. We're going to keep you posted as we learn more from our live center here. Back to you, Tom.
Thank you, Megan. More survivors taking a stand against the Baltimore Archdiocese after decades of abuse, why victims are just now making their voices heard.
And a one-on-one sit-down with the new chief of police for Baltimore County. We'll tell you about his goals going forward. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
.614 and making your headlines this morning, taking you live to the White House, where President Joe Biden and Philippine President Ferdinand Marcos agreed to new guidelines for stronger military cooperation.
This is the leaders' first step in strengthening their ties as China tries to ramp up its influence over the Philippine region. President Biden is reaffirming a treaty that calls for the U.S. to act if the Philippine military is attacked. Marcos expressed concern that China has been harassing Philippine vessels in the South China Sea, but he says he still wants to work closely with the U.S. and Beijing. He also hasn't said that the Philippines would help the U.S. in any sort of conflict between China and Taiwan.
Taking you live to Hollywood this morning, where today writers are stepping away from the computer screens and getting ready to walk the picket lines. More than 11,000 members of the Writers Guild of America, they are set to go on strike for the first time since 2007. Union officially calling for a strike after it failed to reach an agreement with the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers last night. In fact, at midnight is when it was official. Writers have been trying to reach a new contract with studios as the industry shifts more into streaming. And the strike means production of many television shows could come to a halt immediately, while the start of the new seasons of other shows may be delayed later this year.
Take a look at this. A school principal in West Virginia unlocks a dumpster. Then he and another school employee got quite a shock. A dumpster diving bear popped out.
I like how they both ran.
The principal said the bear must have trapped itself in the dumpster after squeezing in for a meal and a snack. The freed bear made a run for the woods. The principal and the kid made a run too. Fortunately, nobody was hurt.
The end of the video where the principal just bends over and takes a breath. Yeah, and then they both take off different directions.
Yeah.
And at the end, when the principal comes in and just kind of leans over, just like, whoo.
That was a bear.
Yeah, right
Wow.
here. This explains it all. Let me just take a breath.
It's like, whew,
Man. Our heart's back.
Check my underwear after that. Woo! Yikes! Oh boy.
Yeah. All right. Well, yeah, we have bears around here. Every once in a while, we see some black bear running around.
I saw our
Have
station
never
Fox this morning
Yes.
in the parking lot. Yeah.
Yeah, you point that
Have
out.
we named
I haven't
him
seen
yet?
the fox in a while.
You haven't seen him?
No, well, not in a while. Well, yes, I sat in my car a couple times waiting for the fox to move on.
Yeah.
And security to come help me out before I got out.
What's his name? Forrest?
Is that what we're naming
Forrest,
him?
yeah.
Forrest
Somebody
the
said
fox?
Forrest the Fox.
Forrest
Okay.
Fox, huh?
All right. See how it goes.
Yeah.
See how it goes with our naming. I like that. Yeah, you know, it just, yes, this is springtime. The animals are all out there. Taxi, looking at our live cam over downtown Baltimore. I think, yeah, that is. That's the taxi going right across there from the Rusty Scupper across the Inner Harbor. Our HD radar, we are seeing just a couple of light showers being picked up on radar here for you in Bel Air, Harford County. You might not be actually seeing the rain fall here, but we still have to deal with some showers today. In fact, we still are dealing with some winter-like weather in western Maryland. Some showers being picked up on the radar in parts of Garrett and Allegheny counties. I think we have a shot pulled up here right around Savage Mountain in Allegheny County. If we could pull that up from the smart board. Yeah, this is what it looks like in western Maryland. So if you still want to deal with some winter weather and the fun driving that comes along with that, well, just head west, my friends. And if you have to go that way, just know that we still have that winter weather advisory. That is until 10 o'clock this morning for Garrett County. All of this because of this large area of low pressure over the Great Lakes that is continuing to bring a lot of that moisture and that colder air right into the area. And it's just going to kind of sit here for at least the next day to day and a half or so before we finally kind of break that weather pattern up. So here's our hourly future scan. Notice that we stay mainly dry here. A lot of cloud cover hanging around through about 9 o'clock this morning. Overall, those showers will start to develop again by midday today. Not really talking about the heavy rain we saw over the weekend, but more of those scattered showers around and possibly a couple of pockets of those moderate showers through about the 2 and 3 o'clock hour for the afternoon. So just be aware of that. The rain is moving out of here by this evening, however, so it will be all gone, but we still have to deal with a little bit more in the way of rain for tomorrow. As the kids get out to the bus stop, honk, honk, upper 40s here next hour with mid to upper 50s through noon and only to about 60 later today. So we're not talking about much in the way of warmer numbers. In fact, cooler than what it was yesterday. Some of us only in the low to mid 50s across central Maryland with upper 50s and right about 60 in Baltimore City. So here's that future scan. This is called a trough of low pressure that is moving through the area. That's what we're going to have to deal with here for the afternoon today. And then tomorrow, as that low, you can see it right there, starting to shift a little farther to the north and to the east. Still some leftover showers, more of a northwesterly wind on Wednesday, Thursday, finally some drier air, maybe a stray shower or two left over, but most of that moisture will head out of here, and then we'll get into the warmer and nicer conditions for the weekend. Quick shout out to Jen in Pasadena. That is Memphis Blue. Look at Memphis Blue. Memphis Blue is ready for the ball. Going to be dancing with Tom this weekend. That's a good-looking shot of that doggy right there. So thank you, Jen, for sending that picture in. Always love those pet pics. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. All right, 7-day forecast, so only upper 50s tomorrow, but mid-60s return Thursday, upper 60s Friday, and we got 70s on the way for this upcoming weekend. Now let's get an update on our mass transit. Check in with Mark Jones. You excited for those 70s, Mark?
Oh, yes. 70s is perfect for me. Yes, looking forward to it. Good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone. Out there right now, you'll find train 843 on the Camden line operating with about a 20-minute delay. Be aware of that in your travels. Train 511 on the Penn line in Camden 845, running about 5 minutes late. Allowed time for travel there, too. Light rail link right on time in both directions. And Metro Subway link looking good between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. Speaking of Metro Subway link, all Metro Subway link stations will close for a necessary weekend upgrade beginning this Friday, May 5th at 6 p.m. through Sunday, May 7th, with a return to service on Monday, May 8th at 5 a.m. A shuttle bus bridge will be in place throughout the period. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
We want to make you aware of a traffic alert this morning, taking you live to the Bay Bridge, where this week and next week it will be closing some of its lanes due to maintenance work. Westbound lanes will close tonight through Wednesday, starting at 9 p.m. until 5 a.m. Then Thursday night, lanes will close at 10, but then will reopen again at 5 a.m. Eastbound will see the closures next week during the day, Monday through Thursday.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by Shine Medical Center.
6:21 now, and it's that time of year where we celebrate Mom. And you could win extra spending money every day now until May 12th. Just grab your phone, scan the QR code you see right there for your chance to win a $100 Visa gift card. Play our Mother's Day Mania trivia contest and get the question right, and you could win the $100 daily prize. You don't even need to be a mom. Again, scan the QR code and get the Mother's Day Mania trivia question of the day, and good luck. As we are gearing up for Mother's Day, we want to see how you are planning to celebrate. Scan the QR code, this other QR code on your screen. It will take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime in. There you can upload all of your pictures and videos. It's all powered by Stackla.
A shakeup at City Hall. Still ahead this morning, the 2 seats that now sit vacant on Mayor Scott's administration.
The Catholic Church in for a legal reckoning as more abuse survivors come forward. Just ahead, what's next in the legal battle?
625. In a one-on-one interview, Baltimore County's new police chief addresses growing crime concerns in Baltimore County.
Taylor Stewart is joining us live here in studio with more on the sit down with Chief Robert McCullough, plus the challenges facing his department. Taylor?
That's right. McCullough, the county's first black chief of police, stepping into his new role as more and more residents tell Fox 45 gun violence is an increasing concern following 2 deadly shootings in a single week. He talked about transparency, policy, and community engagement as his goals during his tenure.
What we're going to do is take a holistic approach to policing. We're going to be proactive. I've asked my patrol commanders to make sure that our officers are out there, they're being visible.
Now, right now, the department's working to shore up about 219 vacancies. He says despite that, expect his officers to be out and interacting with the community. Visibility is also a tactic the department's going to use to address an increasing concern as summer approaches, juvenile violence. He says no parent should have to receive the call 16-year-old Trayshawn Harmon parents received when he was shot and killed near the Towson Town Center in February. Take a listen.
As a parent, I clearly understand what they're saying, but I also would reassure them as their chief is that we're doing everything to make Baltimore County a safe place to live and to work, and for our children to go to school.
And as to whether he's concerned about crime from the city spilling into the county, McCullough sees it this way.
I think crime knows no boundaries. Crime is everywhere. Crime does not know the city or county line.
Right now, Baltimore County is dealing with 8 homicides so far this year, but through partnership with surrounding agencies, McCullough says he's coming in confident that he can tackle this job. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Well, thank you, Taylor. We have yet another cool start to your spring morning here. Warmer temperatures are ahead, though.
Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers is taking a look at when the next weather maker is expected to move through.
Canton district. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, an economist weighs in on how the crime crisis could impact the entire city. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Tuesday. It is the second day of May. 6:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We want to find out exactly how chilly it's going to be as the kids head off to school, and when they return, meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at our forecast.
Still have to get through some of these rain showers, guys, at least for today and possibly even into tomorrow as well. But we do have good news later this week with warmer conditions and drier days ahead. Right now, a lot of cloud cover that's out there. We saw a few scattered showers that kind of rolled through the area over the last hour or so, but overall not much. The rain is going to pick up again as we get through the middle part of the day. Statewide, if you look at this map right here, we're in the lower 30s in western Maryland, where we're seeing some snow showers at this time, mainly mid to upper 40s for Westminster, Bel Air, and Baltimore as you head out. So definitely will need to at least grab a light jacket. Mr. Bo says, though, we're good to go. We stay dry over the next couple of hours in your morning drive with upper 40s and lower 50s taking you through the course of your commute. We'll only get to about 60 today and really only upper 50s tomorrow. Thursday, we start to see some improvement with mid 60s and drier air that starts to move in. And we'll take a closer look at that in your full 7-day forecast. We'll do that in just a little bit from right now.
6:31, let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network. Taking a look over Lock Raven Boulevard in the inner and outer loops here as vehicles making their way through the area without any delays. No major incidents report throughout the region.
If I have to be down, that's one thing. If I'm not down here, I don't think I'd go down. Certainly not after dark.
I think things also get played up a lot because it's easier to talk about bad things than good things.
Residents in Canton are growing concerned after an armed robbery and shooting happened in broad daylight.
Now, it happened Sunday at a T-Mobile store. An employee was shot right inside the store during an armed robbery.
Olivia Dance joins us live this morning with the latest details in that robbery and the impact that one economist says the ongoing crime could have on the city. Olivia.
Well, Tom and Patrice, this morning there is no update on the condition of that T-Mobile employee who was shot, but police say he is only 22 years old. It's also still unclear if this store will reopen today. It was closed yesterday after that bold armed robbery on Sunday. Before the employee was shot inside the store, several customers were also robbed, and then the suspects ran away. It happened during the day in Canton, which is the city's historic waterfront district. Another example of a senseless crime. And residents we spoke to are on edge after what happened here in Canton and other recent unlawfulness seen downtown, including just last month when 2 juveniles were shot a short distance away from dozens of police officers trying to break up a fight at the Inner Harbor. One economist believes all the crime could have a devastating impact on Baltimore.
It destroys jobs. It destroys small business. It destroys main streets. It makes it less likely that people are going to invest in the community to create construction jobs. It's bad for tax base.
Again, no update on when this T-Mobile will reopen. But of course, if you have any information about the armed robbery, you're asked to call Baltimore police. For now, reporting live in Canton, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. 6:33 developing this morning. More abuse survivors coming forward after that bombshell report was released.
It comes from the Maryland Attorney General's office, where they detailed decades of sexual abuse within the Baltimore Archdiocese.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live with a closer look at what's happening and what's to come. Shannon?
Well, on top of that bombshell report, Tom, there is a new law that's in place that allows adults who were abused as kids to now sue their abusers. And so lawyers that we spoke with say the Catholic Church is in for a legal reckoning. In fact, you've probably seen some of these billboards posted up or the internet ads circling online. Well, lawyers from across the country are seeking out Maryland sex abuse survivors, and a wave of lawsuits will hit come October 1st. And that is because that is the day the Child Abuse Act takes effect. But victims still have a significant hurdle ahead. A provision in the new law includes a measure that would put the lawsuits on hold until the Maryland Supreme Court can determine whether the new law is constitutional. So we spoke with Baltimore City lawyer Robert Jenner, who sits on a National Survivors Advisory Board and also helped rally behind the Child Victims Act in Annapolis. And he says his law firm has already joined forces with 2 other local firms and is looking to bring on at least 6 more for a mass action lawsuit with massive amounts of money.
Lawyers will be working together collaboratively to get a single voice, to get the best possible setting we can.
These cases potentially are worth hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars.
In the meantime, we have reached out to the Baltimore Archdiocese to find out if they plan to challenge this law in the Maryland Supreme Court. We have not heard back. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
You can find more on the Child Victims Act and the church sex abuse report. It's all on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Fox 45 News continues pressing for transparency from Baltimore City leaders. Topping our next half hour, the latest bill proposed by Councilman Yichi Slifer aimed to shedding light on how your tax dollars are being spent.
Plus, 2 separate manhunts happening right now in the U.S. How long the suspects of one were on the run before officials were notified and where they are in that manhunt search.
More rain on the way with a cool and breezy day ahead all morning long and into the night. Our Weather Authority team is letting us know how that next weather maker will impact you. 6:36, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
The National Weather Service now says the tornado that struck Virginia Beach Sunday night was a powerful EF3, packing winds up to 165 miles per hour. Warm temperatures in Utah are beginning to thaw out Bear Lake, but judging from all the ice still there, it's going to take some time. And an incredibly vivid rainbow brightens South Carolina's Sunset Beach.
Listen to Off the Radar, new episodes every Tuesday. Find it wherever you get your podcasts.
.39 this morning, 2 separate manhunts are underway in the U.S. One happening in Virginia after 2 inmates escaped from jail over the weekend.
But first, we're starting in Texas, where a man is on the run after killing 5 people Friday. Megan Gillen is at our live center with what we know right now. Megan.
Some crazy stories, guys. The search is on right here at this hour for the suspect accused of murdering his neighbors in Texas. Hundreds of law enforcement right now, they remain on the lookout for the man that you see right here. These are newly released FBI photos of him. Police saying Francisco Oropesa allegedly opened fire, killing 5 people, including an 8-year-old boy and his mother. Miraculously, the father of the boy was able to escape through a window.
One of the people who died saw when my wife fell to the ground and was dying, and she told me to throw myself out the window because my children were already without a mother.
And 2 people who died were protecting my 2.5-year-old daughter and my 1-month-old son.
Authorities are offering an $80,000 reward for any information leading to the arrest of the suspected gunman, who they say is considered armed and dangerous. Meantime, guys, in Virginia, we've got a separate manhunt underway right now after 2 men escaped from jail about an hour outside of Richmond. The county sheriff's office saying they broke out sometime over the weekend, and his office was just notified yesterday morning. Here's what we know. One escapee is 26-year-old Alder Marin Sotelo. He is charged with first-degree murder in the death of a North Carolina sheriff's deputy. The other one that you saw there, 44-year-old Bruce Callahan, he's facing federal drug and weapons charges. Now, we are getting word it took nearly 26 hours to discover that these inmates were missing. We're going to let you know if anything breaks. That's the latest from our live center.
For the 3rd time since March, an American bank has failed. So will it be the last? I'm Atrell Nashar with why troubles still linger for the banking sector.
Morning. Transparency concerns continue throughout a city in crisis. Coming up after the break, the shake-up happening right at City Hall. 6:41, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
.644 and now to your morning rush. Today we are questioning transparency in a city in crisis. Coming up in about 15 minutes, Shannon Lilly will join us live with more questions for city schools as a new report showcases a questionable spending trail. And just before that, Olivia Dance will join us live with details of a new bill proposed to make information public about how city programs spend your tax dollars.
But first, we begin with transparency questions involving Mayor Brandon Scott and his chief of staff. Joining us now, former federal prosecutor Thru Vignarajah. Good morning, Thru.
Good morning.
City leaders all across the country change out their leaderships all the time. Why is Mayor Scott's changes drawing a little bit more limelight?
Yeah, look, it's the frequency. It's a hard job to work in public service in City Hall in a city that is struggling on so many fronts. So if you saw one person leaving after a couple of years, that wouldn't be a big surprise. But you now have had 5 communication directors, 3 deputy mayors, 2 chiefs of staff, and the city administrator that have all left. That is a big problem, and it signals that maybe things aren't going well.
Okay, so the turnaround here, we just actually had some announcements just last year. November, we had Jazia and Kager, there was 5 months in, $225,000 as chief of staff, the last one. You're saying she's the 5th one to come through here, and now he's looking for a 6th in just 3 years in office.
That's exactly right. And what I hear on the streets is people are worried that the City Hall is in disarray, that things are not under control, and that perhaps the mayor is in over his head. That is not the kind of inspiration and confidence that you want to instill in the people. And when people are worried that you can't keep your, front office straight, that you can't retain the kind of talented people, that you can't recruit people that are ready for this difficult job, it makes you worried that all the things that city is supposed to do for you are not getting done.
Well, the mayor, though, he's not new to Baltimore city politics, though. He was in city council for years leading up to this, so he's familiar with the way it moves. Do you think this is kind of, okay, well, I'm not reaching the goals that I campaigned on, so I'm going to make it look like there's some scapegoats here, or is that reaching too far?
Yeah, it's hard to tell. I mean, the mayor certainly has a lot of government experience within City Hall, but sometimes to be a leader of a $3.5 billion city with 11,000 employees, you need management experience, executive experience. And when you have, again, one person shifting here and there, that's one thing. But to have so many major turnovers at the highest level, this is your cabinet. This is your leadership within City Hall. When those people are departing with such frequency, it just has to raise questions, and you want to see the mayor say, this is what's happening. 1 or 2 people moving to a great new job in another city, that's one thing. But for there to be so much turnover with such regularity, with no answers, I think that makes people worry.
Years ago, Councilman Scott at the time said we need to shrink the government and get rid of some of these positions. It seems like he's expanded the Baltimore City leadership since he's taken office.
It has. I mean, the office has itself ballooned. There's a lot more positions, and at the same time, people are leaving. If there's one person leaving after another, by the end of his tenure, he may be the only one left.
Thru Vignarajah, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, 647, and we need to get another check with our weather meteorologist, Justin Chambers, looking at the forecast for us.
Yeah, good morning, Tom, and good morning, everyone. Overall, we are seeing some cloud cover that's out there right now, looking down over parts of the inner harbor at this time. The sun is now up. We're not going to see much of the sun today because we're going to stay sort of socked in with those clouds, and a couple of light showers that just rolled through parts of Harford County up into Cecil County. Most of those are moving up toward Pennsylvania at this time. Western PA and Western Maryland getting hit with some snow showers right now. That's what we're seeing with the colder air in place and that higher elevation snow, where we do have winter weather advisories in Garrett County through 10 o'clock this morning, even winter storm warnings for the mountains of West Virginia. We've seen some of that snow being picked up on some of our cameras out into that part of the state. Meanwhile, this large area of low pressure is responsible for all of this unsettled weather. This is called a cutoff low. So it's just sitting there over the Great Lakes and continuing to bring in that cooler air without moisture that is still going to be in place. So over the next couple of hours, we do look to stay dry. We keep the clouds around on your hourly future scan, but look what happens right around noon. A lot of the models do want to bring in at least a couple of pop-up showers here through the middle part of the day and into the early afternoon as well, for that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. So watch for those scattered showers throughout the day today. By about 5 p.m., it looks like most of that rain's going to be done and pushing out of here into Tuesday evening. So as we head into your Tuesday morning, as you rise and shine, enjoy some breakfast and coffee with us. Upper 40s and lower 50s here. Sun will be up until 8:01 tonight. Again, we won't see much of the sun today. And you can see if you're hanging out there at Penn Station, lower 50s through that 10 o'clock hour. Numbers into the upper 50s and lower 60s to about 2 o'clock this afternoon. We're going to struggle to get to that 60-degree mark and hanging out in the 50s with the cloud cover and those showers around through 4 and 5 o'clock this afternoon. So taking a look at your high temperatures, Typically early May, we're in the lower 70s, but we're going to be in the lower 50s for a lot of us for Carroll and Baltimore counties, mid to upper 50s for Perry Hall and White Marsh over to Towson, down to Dundalk at about 60 this afternoon. Eastern Shore, you're also going to see the mid to upper 50s with a couple of those stray showers around. Start to get to a little bit warmer conditions the farther south you go on the Eastern Shore. Now, if you want to get the grass cut, your mowcast, I've got a red light today, yellow light tomorrow, still some showers left over, but Thursday looks like we'll finally have a green light and you'll be able to get that grass cut just in time for the weekend. Here's a look at our future scan. Again, we're going to see those showers kind of move through here for the afternoon. Tomorrow, as that low continues to track toward the east, still some leftover showers, more of a northwesterly flow, but by Thursday, some of that drier air will start to work in, and eventually we'll get some of those warmer temperatures, and this weekend is looking very nice. If we can just get through the next couple of days, I think you're going to like the payoff. So upper 50s and lower 60s today and tomorrow, but 65 Thursday, close to 70 Friday, and we've got some widespread 70s on the way for Saturday and Sunday.
Thank you, Justin. New overnight, new Goucher poll out this morning showing Governor Wes Moore earns a solid approval rating. Almost 5 months into his first term, 53% of Marylanders who were surveyed approved of the job that he's doing as governor. 26% disapprove, 20% say they just don't know. Stay with Fox 45 Morning News because in just a few minutes, Megan Gillen will be taking a closer look at the other results coming from this recent poll.
Everyone came out purring in this year's Met Gala. Still to come this morning, the famous works of art that hit the carpet in New York City.
It's just about time for lacrosse fans to make sure they get on their feet and start ringing those cowbells. We'll share a preview of the men's lacrosse national championship happening next weekend.
I need to be out there running around. Maybe that would wake me up because I'm on 2 cups of coffee.
2?
Hasn't done it yet.
No.
And usually I'm a 1-cup person.
So we just need more cowbell.
Okay, and more coffee. Time for another coffee break. 6:54, and in your assignment, America, President Joe Biden will meet with all 4 congressional leaders amid a showdown over the debt ceiling.
And the Associated Press reporting the meeting expected to take place next Tuesday. Last week, House Republicans passed legislation to raise the national debt by $1.5 trillion in exchange for cuts across some domestic programs. Biden administration has repeatedly called for an increase without conditions. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre says the president is prepared to talk, but only about budget and appropriations.
The president said he's happy to meet with McCarthy, but not on whether or not the debt limit gets extended. That's not negotiable. We are continue to be very firm about that, to be very clear.
Republicans refusing to negotiate is irresponsible, they claim. Meanwhile, time is running out for Congress to raise the debt ceiling. U.S. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen announced in June 1st is most likely the deadline for a default. JPMorgan Chase wins a bid to acquire First Republic Bank's assets and deposits, making the 3rd bank failure in U.S. since March.
The move is designed in part to protect the financial system from more instability. National correspondent Atra Al-Nashar has the latest on this and what it means for customers.
Just before dawn Monday morning, it became official. First Republic Bank closed by federal regulators in the 2nd largest bank failure in U.S. history. JPMorgan Chase agreeing to buy a vast majority of First Republic's assets and assumed deposits. It's a move Chairman and CEO Jamie Dimon says modestly benefits his company, telling shareholders in a statement, quote, "Our government invited us and others to step up, and we did." The question no one knows the answer to: are more banks in danger of failing too?
Some banks were taking some pretty big risks, and as they had to pay more and more for deposits, they just couldn't make ends meet. They had large depositors, and a few of them could start to split, go someplace else, seek some more interest rate return, and it really just started to add up quick.
Technology speeding up the process.
They see it, social media, and quickly react on their phone and make a move.
All banks are dealing in the same interest rates that First Republic, Silicon Valley, and Signature banks all did, but as of now, there's no sign any others are teetering on the edge of failure. Jamie Dimon, the Treasury, President Biden, all insisting the American banking system is sound. Moody's Analytics chief economist Mark Zandi says the failed banks were the exception, not the rule, acknowledging the lingering risk.
There may be other smaller banks that fail because the pressures are still quite intense. As long as the Fed raising interest rates, that's going to remain the case.
And the Fed's expected to announce another 25 basis point interest rate hike after meeting this week. It may not be their last, determined to pull inflation down to their 2% target, each time compounding the risk they'll slow the economy too much, leading to a potential recession. Anxiety high with all eyes on the future of interest rates and the health of banks. The last couple of months, an example of how quickly things can change. In Washington, I'm Atra Al-Nashar reporting.
President Biden promises the banking system is safe after regulators seized First Republic Bank before then selling it to JPMorgan Chase. He is calling for more banking regulations.
I've called on Congress to give regulators the tools to hold bank executives accountable, and I've called on regulators to strengthen regulations and supervision of large and regional banks. And folks, we have to make sure that we're not back in this position again.
According to the Washington Post, regulators failed to implement a 2009 law preventing bank executives from selling stock while in their positions. Such behavior is believed to incentivize risky behavior.
A new proposed bill is pushing for more transparency into city spending. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, all the details of the bill, plus find out which city leaders are supporting it.
An IG report finds $500,000 meant to give city school students rides to school was misspent. Just ahead, we're going to dig into that report.
Feeling more like March than early May, but don't worry, my friends. We're going to be talking about warmer conditions as we head into Cinco de Mayo weekend. It's all coming up right here on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good Good morning on this Tuesday, May 2nd. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Joining us right now, meteorologist Justin Chambers. Talking about a little bit more rain.
Yeah, and dentist day today.
Oh,
all right. Yeah, get a cleaning.
Good times
yeah,
for
they
you.
do all the scraping when they just scrape, and you're just like, oh, man, really?
I know. It's necessary, not my favorite place to
I know,
go,
right? Yeah, you know, but I wish it was Tim Watley. That'd be more fun if it was like Dr. Watley. So, all right, good morning to all of you. A beautiful shot here over the stadiums. O's will be back here next Monday. They've got a 10-game homestand. They're still on the road. In fact, they are back at it again tonight in Kansas City. Still looking pretty good in second place in the AL East. Cool Tuesday morning. A few afternoon showers is what we're going to be talking about. So we still have to get through that rain later today. Those temperatures staying below average. Yard and gardening cast, if you do want to get a little bit of yard work done here in the next couple of hours, you're fine. Notice our numbers in the upper 50s and lower 60s, but that rain is going to move through in the middle part of the day today. And high temperatures, upper 50s, barely to about 60 for a lot of us. So definitely on the cooler side of things when we typically are in the lower 70s. But don't you worry. Lower 70s on the way as we head into the weekend. We'll take a closer look at that coming up in just a few. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network and taking a few of the cameras here from around the region. Many of the Beltway cameras across the Baltimore area. And volume is increasing as more people are heading out to work, but vehicles are still able to move through the region. No incidents or any delays, knock on wood, to report at 7 o'clock.
In a city in crisis, Fox 45 News has been pushing for more transparency from City Hall. And now Councilman Yitzi Slifer is looking to shed more light on how City Hall spends your tax dollars.
It is the Accountability and Transparency in City Grant-Making Bill, which would make nonprofits show receipts for how they spend the money that they get from the city.
Olivia Dance joins us live with the details of the bill and what the next steps are for it. Olivia.
Well, it's still unclear when the bill will get a hearing, but it was introduced yesterday, and it's already gaining support. In fact, Council President Nick Mosby is among those co-sponsoring the bill, which pushes for transparency on how nonprofits spend grants coming from the city, especially when programs like Safe Streets and Clean Core are surrounded by more questions than answers.
I too have been asking a lot of questions, and so hopefully this just has a uniform process in how all of these programs are handled. We see tens, sometimes hundreds of millions of dollars going out the door to organizations, and it's important that we have the same level of transparency.
The Accountability and Transparency in City Grant-Making Bill was introduced by Councilman Schleifer. And even though there is growing support for the bill, several elected leaders have yet to sign their name to the transparency effort. So Fox 45 News tried to find out why. Councilman Christopher Burnett dodging our questions, but others seem to be on board. Take a listen.
I think, of course, we want to make sure that nonprofits are spending money well. I think we want to make sure that every dollar is spent well.
There should be more transparency and seeing exactly where the grants go. I fully support my colleague.
Again, it's still unclear when the bill will get a hearing, but Councilman Schleifer says he's open to working with anyone who wants to get the plan moving forward. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Fox 45 News has been demanding answers about how the Safe Streets program spends its money for more than a year now. In fact, in January, Baltimore City handed over more than 450 pages worth of Safe Streets related contracts after Fox 45 News threatened legal action. The contracts shed light on how the program operates. The names of the employees are redacted because Safe Streets says they are not city employees. They work for the nonprofit. You can find more on those contracts right on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
The mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement is not one of the city agencies subject to audits. Adam Andrzejewski with OpenTheBooks.com says that's a problem.
There isn't any evidence as to whether or not Safe Streets is performing well or not performing at all. There's no annual audit on this. And we've called on Comptroller Bill Henry. Look, the citizens in Baltimore, they need a city watchdog. Bill Henry is the comptroller. He ran on it. The mayor can also perform this function, but people need to be able to follow the money.
As he mentioned, Comptroller Bill Henry promised to expand the audit system back on the campaign trail in 2020. That hasn't happened yet, but take a listen.
We need to not just do the bare minimum audits of city agencies that are required by the charter. We need to do as many as need to be done.
Well, this brings us to our question of the day. Do you think the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement needs to be audited? So far, 98% of those who have responded say yes. You can weigh in right now by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote. Turning now to a crisis in the classroom, another setback for the Baltimore City public school system. Newly released report from the Maryland Inspector General's office finds more than $500,000 meant for student transportation may have been misspent. Shannon Lilly is joining us live from City School headquarters to explain. Shannon?
Yeah, that money, Tom, was allocated over a 3-year span, and it went to a cab company that was supposed to be giving students rides to school. Well, it turns out many of those rides may have never even happened. In fact, take a look at this right here. According to this new IG report from the 2018 to 2019 school year and the 2021 to 2022 school year, there were about 1,100 students and 3,900 cases when the students had not been in school, but the taxi company still claimed they were taken there. In total, racking up nearly $632,000 worth of controversial charges. Now, the report reads in part, quote, "The results of our data analysis indicate the BCPS has paid for taxi cab services for students not attending school and that Yellow Cab potentially provided fraudulent invoices and vouchers. The OIGE has referred the case to the Maryland Attorney General's office for further review." So, of course, Tom and Patrice, we are going to be following this very closely.
Shannon, is that report describing any actions or recommending the school system do something about this?
Absolutely, Tom. So the IG report recommends that the school try to get reimbursed from the cab company. They're also recommending that they keep a closer eye on the charges moving forward. We have reached out to the school system in the meantime to find out if they've done any of this and to see if they have a response. We have not heard back. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
7:06 now. In a one-on-one interview, Baltimore County's new police chief addresses growing crime concerns.
Taylor Stewart joining us live here in studio with more on the sit-down with Chief Robert McCullough and the challenges facing his department. Taylor.
That's right. McCullough is the county's first black chief of police. He's stepping into this new role as more and more residents tell Fox 45 gun violence is an increasing concern following 2 deadly shootings in a single week. Now, he talked about transparency, policy, community engagement, and shared the goals during his tenure.
What we're going to do is take a holistic approach to policing. We're going to be proactive. I've asked my patrol commanders to make sure that our officers are out there, they're being visible.
Right now, the department is working to fill 219 vacancies, but even still, expect to see his officers out and about in the community. This visibility tactic is one the department is going to use to address juvenile violence, especially as the summer months approach. The chief of police says no mother should have to receive the call Trayshawn Harmon's parents received. The 16-year-old was shot and killed near the Towson Town Center back in February. Take a listen.
As a parent, I clearly understand what they're saying. But I also would reassure them as their chief is that we're doing everything to make Baltimore County a safe place to live and to work and for our children to go to school.
And as to whether he's concerned about crime from the city spilling into the county, McCullough sees it this way.
I think crime knows no boundaries. Crime is everywhere. Crime does not know the city or county line.
Now, through partnership with surrounding agencies, McCullough says he's coming in confident he can tackle this job. You can watch the full interview online right now. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Now to your election 2024 coverage. Maryland Senator Ben Cardin will not run for re-election. The 79-year-old Democrat has served 3 terms as U.S. Senator.
He started his political career 58 years ago in the House of Delegates in 1967. Now the senator says it's time he step aside.
I'm not going to retire. I'm going to find other ways to serve, but it will be 58 years that I've served continuously in elected office, 18 campaigns. And it's time to realize that this is not just a 2-year commitment to run for re-election. It would have been an 8-year commitment, 2 years to run and 6 years in term. And I think it's best for me to make the decisions when I'm in control of making my own decisions.
Senator Cardin's announcement will likely start a competitive primary with State Representative David Trone and Prince George's County Executive Angela Alsobrooks both expected to run as Democrats. Former Governor Larry Hogan will likely face pressure from Republicans to run, but one political expert Fox 45 News spoke with says that Hogan probably won't run.
Governor Hogan, I don't see him doing this for one reason. This is where the problem is. If he runs, and first, can he win the primary because his own hand-picked successor, Kelly Schultz, couldn't win her primary. The Republican Party in Maryland's become a Trump party, so Hogan would have trouble first winning the primary. The other problem a Republican candidate would have is this. The Democrats would run on this theme. A vote for Larry Hogan or any Republican is a vote to make Mitch McConnell the Senate Majority Leader. That would force Democrats to run into the arms of any Democratic candidate.
New this morning, Goucher College releases its latest poll results, focusing on Governor Wes Moore, President Joe Biden, and the Maryland General Assembly.
Megan Gillen is at our live center now with the new results. Megan.
Yeah, Goucher College, guys, just releasing this poll about an hour ago. The college here surveying 800 Marylanders from April 18th through the 23rd, and here's what they found. Let's take a close look here. When it comes to Governor Wes Moore, 53% of Marylanders polled approve of the job he is doing as governor, while 26% disapprove and 20% say they just don't know. Meantime, 47% of pollers believe that Maryland is heading in the right direction. 42% say it's not. And this is similar to findings that we saw from last year. Almost half of Maryland residents that were polled, 48%, approve of the job the Maryland General Assembly is doing. 35% disapprove and 16% say they just don't know. Now, when it comes to new laws passed, take a look at this. The poll suggests the legalization of recreational cannabis will likely only have a modest effect on use. Just 16%, guys, say they will be more likely to use cannabis for recreational purposes now that it is legal, while 76% say the change in the law makes no difference to them. Then finally, on a national level, when it comes to President Joe Biden, 46% of Marylanders polled approve of the job he's doing as president. 49% disapprove and 4% say they don't know. Marylanders held similar attitudes toward Biden back in September of 2022. Again, these numbers just dropping about an hour ago. New numbers giving us some insight, guys, into how Marylanders feel. You can read more on this on our website, foxbaltimore.com. That's the latest from our live center. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. Here's a look at the stories making your headlines this hour. No one is taking responsibility for publishing the redacted MCAP scores. Project Baltimore is pushing for answers from state education leaders and the web vendor.
A new Maryland law is encouraging more church abuse survivors to come forward. Still ahead this morning, a look at the ads helping victims find justice. 7:12, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 7:15 now. In counties under pressure, new Baltimore County Police Chief Robert McCullough is working to reduce crime. Fox 45 News has spoken with people who actually moved into the county citing safety, but now they're concerned. Vincent Hill asked the new chief about that.
What do you say to the citizens of Baltimore County? A lot of that moved from the city to the county to feel safer, but now they're at a point where they say they don't feel safe. So what do you say to those citizens that are saying, hey, I don't feel safe in the county?
Well, as a parent, I clearly understand what they're saying, but I also would reassure them as their chief is that we're doing everything to make Baltimore County a safe place to live and to work and for our children to go to school.
Now, those concerns from residents come on the heels of a second shooting in Baltimore County in just about a week's time. Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski is joining us this morning. Good morning, County Executive.
Good morning, Patrice. Great to be with you.
So the new police chief says he is on it, but as he's getting his feet on the ground and getting ready to start running with the job, we have seen two people shot and killed over the past week or so, one of them a teenager. So again, we have to ask, how are you reassuring people who live in the county?
Yeah, first, we're really excited about Chief McCullough. He is a 35-year veteran, homegrown talent, the county's first black police chief in Baltimore County's history. Someone who's rallying the men and women of the department, carrying out our vision for community-oriented, data-driven policing. He has our full support. And just like the chief assured your station, I would just echo that as a parent, as county executive, I'm working very closely with Chief McCullough to do all that we can to make sure Baltimore County remains the incredibly safe place that it is. These recent incidents, every incident is tragic. But, if you take a close look at the data, it is clear that Baltimore County remains one of the most safe jurisdictions in the region, safer than most of our peer jurisdictions across the country. Last year, we saw a nearly 40% reduction in homicides. Year to date, again, while these most recent incidents are tragic, we are almost down 40% on top of last year's reduction of 40%. So, if you look at the numbers, Baltimore County crime is largely down. We remain a very safe jurisdiction. And again, in those instances where crimes were committed, we have a clearance rate far above the national average. Where others are not closing crimes, we are. And so the message remains, we're safe. And if you do, in those instances where crimes happen, we do find you, we arrest you, and we hold you accountable.
The county council is going to vote on the proposed 2024 budget later this month. Talk about some of the biggest impacts that impact items that are in that, including some that might help law enforcement.
Yeah, so we continue to invest significant dollars in law enforcement, tens of millions of dollars of increases over the past several years. This year is no different. We expect to have some of the highest starting salaries, both for law enforcement and for teachers in the region in this year's salary. For our police officers who are in patrol and who live in Baltimore County, they will see take-home cars. So you'll see police in our neighborhoods in Baltimore County now, those who live here. You're going to see new police stations underway, just as we're spending over $200 million to continue our significant investment in schools, over $71 million above maintenance of effort, which is a record for Baltimore County. We are also investing in things like community college. So any family that makes $150,000 a year or less, in partnership with CCBC and Dr. Curtinitis, we're going to have free community college in Baltimore County. So investing in public safety, education, and quality of life, tens of millions of dollars of recreation. We're really excited about this budget, about how it keeps our neighborhood safe, invests in our schools, and really improves our quality of life.
We have about 10 seconds. You mentioned the schools. Where are we on the search for a new school superintendent?
The school board says they're down to 4 finalists. I continue to press that we have a superintendent who is available, open, transparent, and shares the values that we try to lead by here in Baltimore County.
All right. County Executive Johnny Olszewski, good to talk with you.
Thanks.
Well, it's 7:19, and we need to get another check of our forecast.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers has a look at the rain, but then the warm-up later on this week.
That's the thing, guys. If we can get through the next couple of days, I really think we're going to be happy with what we have on the back end of this weekend as we head into the first weekend of May. And typically this time of year, lower 70s is where we are. We know we saw some 80s and even close to 90 in parts of April, but then the second half of April was definitely colder with those rain showers hanging around. That's what we have to deal with here for today. We're in the upper 40s right now. We're only going to get to about 60 for this this afternoon. So a cool Tuesday morning, a few of those afternoon showers hanging around, and temperatures that will stay below average. Now, we did see a few showers that rolled through a little while ago, but overall that HT radar pretty quiet right now, at least here in Baltimore and in central Maryland. Still picking up some more snow showers in parts of western Maryland and western Pennsylvania. We have that winter weather advisory for Garrett County, where we continue to see more of that snow that is falling there. I only chuckle because it is May 2nd after all. This area of low pressure, there's a cutoff low hanging out in the Great Lakes region, but this larger area of low pressure, that counterclockwise flow, it's just pulling in that cooler air, and still that unsettled atmosphere is what we're dealing with that moisture that's in place today. Now, notice we do stay dry. This is the hourly future scan. A lot of cloud cover. Wind is going to pick up out of the west here as we head toward the afternoon. And right around noontime is when we'll see our best chance for some of those showers to start to move in. Even in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour, still a couple of scattered showers around through the later part of the day today, but those showers quickly move out of here. So by about 5, 6 p.m., we're going to be drying out. And as we head into the evening time, should overall be a cool evening, but dry. So as the kids head out to the bus stop, beep, beep, numbers in the upper 40s here this hour, upper 50s by noon, and barely to about 60 for the afternoon. So make sure they have the umbrella. If you do want to get out there and play some golf, golfers on your forecast, lower 50s here through 9 a.m., but upper 50s through noontime, and we will see those showers in the middle part of the day and later into the afternoon. So a little wet for your outdoor activities. Look at these numbers. Low to mid 50s for Carroll County, northern Baltimore County over to Harford and Cecil counties, eastern shore, the mid to upper 50s, right to about 60 in Baltimore City. Hold off on that car wash, at least for the next couple of days, because we still have to deal with some of this wet weather. Not only today with this trough of low pressure, but tomorrow that low is going to be moving off toward the north and the east. And on the back side of that, still what we call a northwesterly flow will still bring in that chance for a couple of showers. And that wind on Wednesday afternoon. By Thursday, that drying process will begin. We'll see some more sunshine and eventually those temperatures warming up. And check out your 7-day forecast. Only upper 50s tomorrow, but mid-60s Thursday, close to 70 Friday, widespread low to mid-70s for the weekend. And by early next week, guys, we're talking about temps close to 80 degrees.
Yeah, 80 sounds very relaxing. In fact, relax your shoulders. Take a deep breath. We're highlighting the art of just chilling out. Coming up in our 9 o'clock hour, how you can transform from worriers to relaxation warriors.
Hartford Community College getting ready for the championship levels. That's right, we'll tell you all about it coming up as they stretch and get ready to go for the championship. Mark Clark, Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
7:25 now. It's so Baltimore. The Harford County Community College is gearing up to host the NJCAA.
Yeah, lacrosse fans, get ready for some men's lacrosse national championship locally. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark live in Bel Air this morning with a whole lot more. And you're not out there stretching. Are you going to pick up a stick though, Mark?
You know, I'm going to have to. They might have to call me in. You know, put me in, coach. I got 1 year of eligibility left. So, Ed, no stranger to winning here. Talk about the obviously the championship round, but also the new developments out here.
Well, it's actually a great opportunity for us. We're so accustomed to winning. We have 5 teams going to postseason play, but the one that we're most excited about is actually our men's lacrosse team, because we're actually hosting the NJCAA National Men's Lacrosse Championship here at Harford Community College.
It's going down right here.
Exactly.
Wow.
And next weekend.
And so actually, you said we got a new scoreboard. You did a couple things, right? You tightened it up for the people visiting.
Yeah, so to win the bid for the national championship, we did some upgrades to the facilities. We added the new scoreboard. We added a press box. Our old press box was really just a gazebo, a smoking gazebo, they joked around. But we've added the press box here, and then we've touched up a number of other things here on the facilities.
Awesome. So it's going down. It's going down here. And how wonderful would it be to win on your own turf?
Oh,
what would that mean?
What would that mean? Well, 2 years ago, we were 12 seconds from winning it. We were really about to jump onto the field and celebrate, so that left a bad taste in our mouths. So we're excited to be able to host it and hopefully bring back the national championship right
bring
here
it home
at Maryland.
Yeah. Okay, coming up, we're going to talk to the coach. And, of course, you know, like you said, Tom, I'm going to have to teach these young men how to play the game coming up. You know,
that's right.
We can't wait to see that then. All right, well, if you want more information, just go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. We will have scattered showers with highs in the upper 50s today.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers hanging out over at the Green Wall right now, just off set here. He's going to let us know when we'll start drying out, especially for all that lacrosse.
A Johns Hopkins report says Baltimore's violence intervention program is working, but the numbers don't seem to add up. We're going to take a look at if the programs are actually yielding results. 7:28, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Tuesday morning. 7:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. A little 7:30 stretch. It was good. It's what we needed. Get the blood flowing a little bit here and warming us up.
Yeah.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers he's still in the mood.
He's still in the gangster's paradise.
That's what he was playing and singing loudly.
Coolio. Yeah, Coolio.
Singing. Oh, look at this. Maybe he's excited about this.
I don't know. I don't think anybody's excited about this. It's May 2nd. Come on, Mother Nature. What's up? Why are you going to play us like this? I don't understand that. That's not here at home. That is Savage Mountain is what we're talking about there in Allegheny County. So looking outside right now, let's see what's going on here at home. I wish we were as hot as the Orioles are right now. Of course, one of the best records in baseball. They'll be back at Camden Yards coming up on Monday for a 10-game homestand. They're still on the road. 32 in Oakland right now, 41 in Cumberland. We're in the mid to upper 40s and lower 50s for Westminster, Bel Air, and Baltimore at this time. So out for a run or a jog next couple of hours. Yeah, cool, cloudy. That's what we're looking at, and we'll deal with some of those rain showers later today as well. We're only going to get to about 60 today, upper 50s tomorrow, so even cooler. But by Thursday, finally some warmer numbers on the way as we're back to the mid-60s. We're back with your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes from right now. Now, Patrice, we know it's not snowing here at home, but how are we looking on the roads?
As long as it's not snowing, we're looking great, I would say, although there are some slowdowns there. I think that top camera maybe on the right is frozen, so that's not an indication. But as you take a look at, or excuse me, on the left, but if you take a look at the top right, inching along there, moving a little bit more slowly, not because of incidents or accidents, just the volume starting to pick up as people get up and out this morning. Who posted Maryland State test results online, and why were they then removed and redacted, making it harder for the public to see how schools are performing?
His Project Baltimore's Chris Papps explains no one is taking responsibility.
Do you still feel this is a cover-up?
This is absolutely a cover-up.
It's now been 2 weeks since Project Baltimore first spoke with Sean Kennedy, a visiting fellow at the Maryland Public Policy Institute. And in those 2 weeks, a lot has happened.
I see this as an unfolding scandal where the superintendent's going to have to resign. It's just a matter of when.
The latest development, the Maryland State Department of Education, under Superintendent Mohammed Chaudhry, has doubled down, again, blaming its web vendor for a mistake that allowed the public to see state test results before they could be further redacted.
It's a he said, she said, and unfortunately, the only people who are being left out are the parents and the taxpayers.
Here's the backstory. On April 20th, the Maryland State Department of Education posted this 3-page statement to its website. The statement was issued in response to Project Baltimore's investigation, exposing how MSDE changed the way it reports student test scores to the public, redacting much of the data. In the statement, MSDE blamed its web vendor, the Canton Group, for publishing embargoed data before it could be redacted to protect student privacy. MSDE's statement said, Mr. Papst gained access to the embargoed data that was prematurely posted by the MSDE web vendor. But the Canton Group says that is not true. On Friday, the Canton Group sent this statement to FOX45. The statement claims MSDE has initial, ultimate, and total control over the posting of information, and an individual with MSDE, under the direction of supervisors at MSDE, published the information in question on January 19th, 2023, after a full approval process.
While somebody behind the scenes knows who did it, knows why they did it, and when they did it, but we don't have any of those answers, and then blaming each other doesn't resolve the questions of why it was done, when it was done, and who did it.
For nearly 20 years, the Canton Group has been the web vendor for the Maryland State Department of Education. But MSDE is not backing down from its allegation. Project Baltimore asked MSDE to respond to the Canton Group's claim that it was not at fault. We received this email. The department's original position and statements still hold true. Previous information that was released remains as stated. And when we took that response back to the Canton group on Monday, it too doubled down, reiterating in a statement it has handled all data and approvals appropriately, and Canton does not have physical access to post information on the MSDE website. What this means is no one is taking responsibility for publishing what MSDE called embargoed data, but somebody put it online.
Mr. Chaudhry.
When we tried last week to speak with the state superintendent, Mohammed Chaudhry,
removing test scores from the website,
he locked himself behind a door.
There was clearly an ulterior motive here, and we need to know what the answer was there.
It's vital, according to Kennedy, that taxpayers know the truth, because in January, when Project Baltimore downloaded the original state test scores from MSDE's website, we were able to report to the public that 23 Baltimore City schools and 7 Baltimore County schools had 0 students among those tested score proficient in math. But now, much of that data has been redacted. The state says it was done to protect student privacy, but some, including Kennedy, say the test results were replaced with asterisks to hide how poorly some schools are performing.
There is no way out of this situation other than Chaudhry leaving his post and doing so immediately. How do we ask students to be held accountable, teachers to be held accountable, when the leader of the state school system won't answer direct questions and take responsibility for his actions or the actions of his subordinates? It's ridiculous.
I'm Chris Pabst, and this is Project Baltimore.
Project Baltimore is waiting to hear from the president of the State Board of Education, Clarence Crawford. He told Fox 45 News that he didn't know the data was being changed. Friday, Fox 45 sent both President Crawford and Governor Moore an email asking when they became aware the data was removed and redacted from the website. We also asked how they became aware. We are still waiting on their responses.
An armed robbery in Canton puts Baltimore City residents in high alert. How the city's crime crisis will have a long-term impact citywide.
We are staying cool with a couple of afternoon scattered showers. Just ahead, what you can expect for the rest of the work week. 7:38. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 7:40 now. The Federal Reserve begins 2 days of meetings today that will end with a decision on interest rates tomorrow afternoon.
Megan Gillen is at our live center now with the early predictions. Megan?
Here's your little sneak peek, guys. We are expecting that we are going to see one more quarter-point increase and then, fingers crossed, a pause on hikes for the rest of the year. And that is assuming inflation and the labor market continue to show signs of cooling. Speaking of the labor market, this week's economic headlines will include a lot about jobs. We are expecting a major report this morning on the total number of jobs open in the U.S. as of March. It is expected to show the number of openings declined to 9.6 million in March. Economists say that's still a lot of open jobs and a sign that hiring is strong. However, hiring is declining, with the number of open positions falling since we hit 11 million in December, which, by the way, is still well below 1 year ago when we hit a record 11.5 million open jobs in March of 2022. And at that time, guys, there were actually 2 jobs available for every unemployed worker in the U.S. Just imagine that. That jobs report, by the way, drops in just about 2 hours from now at 10 o'clock this morning, the first of several that we're going to get over the course of this week. We're going to have the updates for you right here from our live center. Back to you.
A bold armed robbery in the historic Canton district. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, an economist weighs in on how the crime crisis could impact the entire city.
A new law enabling more Catholic Church abuse survivors to seek justice. Why it could take months for their lawsuits to solve. 7:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
$7:45 and now to a city in crisis. An armed robbery and shooting in Canton has residents in that area on edge. On Sunday, a T-Mobile employee was shot inside the store during an armed robbery. Olivia Dance is joining us now live this morning with the latest details in the robbery and the impact that one economist says this ongoing crime could have on the city. Olivia.
Well, Patrice, this morning there is no update on the condition of the T-Mobile employee who was shot, but police say he is only 22 years old. It's also still unclear if this store will reopen today. It was closed yesterday after that bold armed robbery on Sunday. Before the employee was shot inside the store, several customers were also robbed, and then the suspects ran away. It happened during the day in Canton, which is the city's historic waterfront district. Another example of a senseless crime. And residents we spoke to are on edge after what happened here in Canton and other recent unlawfulness seen downtown, including just last month when 2 juveniles were shot a short distance away from dozens of police officers trying to break up a fight at the Inner Harbor. One economist believes all the crime could have a devastating impact on Baltimore.
It destroys jobs. It destroys small business. It destroys main streets. It makes it less likely that people are going to invest in the community to create construction jobs. It's bad for tax base.
Again, no update on when the T-Mobile will reopen, but of course, if you have any information about the armed robbery, you're asked to call Baltimore police. For now, reporting live in Canton, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, developing this morning, more abuse survivors coming forward following the public release of that bombshell report from the Maryland Attorney General's office detailing decades of sexual abuse within the Baltimore Archdiocese.
Shannon Lilly joins us live with a closer look at what is happening now and what is still to come. Shannon.
Well, on top of that bombshell report that you guys mentioned, Patrice and Tom, we know that there is a new law in place allowing adults who were abused as kids to now sue their abusers. And so we spoke with lawyers who say the Catholic Church is in for a legal reckoning. In fact, you've probably already seen some of these internet ads, the billboards that are now posted up. Well, we know that lawyers from across the country are seeking out Maryland sex abuse survivors, and a wave of lawsuits will hit come October 1st. And that is because October 1st is the day that the Child Abuse Act is taking effect. But victims still have a significant hurdle ahead. In fact, a provision in the new law includes a measure that would put the lawsuits on hold until the Maryland Supreme Court can determine whether the new law is constitutional. So we spoke with Baltimore City lawyer Robert Jenner, who sits on a National Survivors Advisory Board. He also helped rally behind the Child Victims Act in Annapolis. And he says his law firm has already joined forces with 2 other local firms and is looking to bring on at least 6 more for a mass action lawsuit with massive amounts of money.
Lawyers will be working together collaboratively to get a single voice, to get the best possible setting we can.
These cases potentially are worth hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars.
In the meantime, we have reached out to the Baltimore Archdiocese to find out if they plan to challenge this law in the Maryland Supreme Court. We have not heard back. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. We appreciate that. And yes, she's standing outside and it's not bright sunny, but there's no rain falling, no umbrella.
But she's got on a coat.
She does.
And it's May 2nd. Let's bring meteorologist Justin Chambers into this discussion and find out why that is.
It's actively snowing on the other side.
It is, yes. We're talking about that. We talked about this yesterday. Yeah. All right, well, there's the shot. I was going to call for a little bit later in the forecast, but it's all good. Jumped it, and we can see that that is Savage Mountain there. Allegheny County is what it looks like right there. If you are heading out to western Maryland, we are seeing some of that snow that is falling. This is what we talked about yesterday. We have winter weather advisories and winter storm warnings as well. I'll show you that on the radar in just a moment. The shot right now, looking out toward the Patapsco, my Charm City tank shot, and right down 395. Everything looking good, and we're dry right now, as Tom was mentioning. But yeah, you can see this radar gets a little bit more unsettled as we head out toward the west. We have that winter weather advisory in Garrett County through 10 o'clock. The area in pink right here in West Virginia, that's a winter storm warning, where we're seeing accumulating snow above 3,000 feet. But those snow showers continue to move into the western part of the state. It's this pesky area of low pressure. You know that friend that it's like, hey, man, can I stay on your couch? And you're like, cool, dude. And then like 3 weeks later, he's still on your couch. That's what that low is right there. So we're going to call him Larry because he's just hanging out over the Great Lakes region. And that cutoff low is going to continue to bring the unsettled weather with the temperatures cooler and the precipitation, the moisture that's going to be in play throughout the later part of the afternoon. Now, notice our hourly future scan. We're dry through about noon today. That's when that rain is going to start picking up as more of that moisture moves in. Westerly wind also with us today. So even though our temperatures will be in the upper 50s and close to 60, it's going to feel cooler than that. Keeping the clouds around through most of the day. By about 4 or 5 o'clock, it looks like most of that rain's going to move out of here. And we do clear out and dry things out as we head into the evening. Chloe and Quinn love the beep beep of our bus stop forecast. So thanks, Ronnie, for sending that email in. And yeah, as the kids get out to school, go ahead and send them with the umbrella, especially as you pick them up this afternoon. That's when they can encounter some of those showers while they're waiting for you to get them. Low to mid 50s here. That's it for Westminster and Cockeysville over to Bel Air. 60 in Baltimore City, 57 in Annapolis, there throughout central Maryland. Now, we had the rain that definitely was helping with those pollen numbers, but guess what? Grass is getting back up there into that high category, trees in that moderate category, and that means on your mowcast, you can probably still hold off on getting the grass cut till about Thursday, but just know those pollen numbers are going to keep going back up, especially with the fact that we haven't seen as much rain. Now, the rain helps a little bit later today. A few showers left over tomorrow. Thursday and Friday, that's when you can start to get the grass cut before the weekend with Cinco de Mayo on Friday afternoon or Friday morning when it's a whole day. Saturday and Sunday, though, low to mid 70s, so very nice conditions and warmer as we head into the first weekend of the new month. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network. And one accident we want to point out for you. This is 695's Inner Loop just before Liberty Road. One vehicle involved. Can't tell by the camera, but it is slowing you down. It has been moved over to the shoulder, and the flashing lights are making people tap their brakes, which is causing all that red.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by Shine Medical Center.
It is that time of year when we celebrate Mom, and you could win extra spending money every day from now until May 12th. Grab your phone, scan the QR code there on the screen for your chance to win a $100 Visa gift card. Just play our Mother's Day Mania Trivia Contest. You get the question right, and you could win $100 daily prize. And you don't even have to be a mom. Again, just scan the QR code to get your Mother's Day Mania Trivia question of the day, and good luck.
A mysterious creature will be taking over the studio for today's creature feature. Watch out. Still ahead in our 9 o'clock hour, learn some of the unique things about these Panamanian golden frogs.
Harvard Community College getting ready for the championship tournament that's taking place right here on this field. It's coming up. We'll tell you all about it on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
I feel like Mark needs a cup of coffee to get him going so he can start.
Get out on the field.
Right.
Run around with the stick.
We're going to run him out a coffee break.
7:56, and in your entertainment news this Tuesday morning, writers in Hollywood stepping away from their screens and keyboards and getting ready to walk the picket lines.
More than 11,000 members of the Writers Guild of America are set to go on strike today for the first time since 2007. The union officially called for a strike after it failed to reach an agreement with the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers yesterday. The strike means that production of many television shows could come to a halt immediately, while the start of the new seasons of other shows may be delayed later this year.
We'll be in the upper 50s today, just ahead when we can expect some afternoon showers.
An IG report finds $500,000 meant to give city school students rides to school was misspent. Just ahead, I'm going to detail that report.
Another setback for the Baltimore City public school system. What a newly released report revealed and what the school system is now doing about it.
Proposed bill is pushing for more transparency into city spending. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll have the details of the bill, plus find out which city leaders are supporting it.
Breezy and cool for the afternoon. Still dealing with some showers, but we've got warmer numbers on the way as we approach the weekend. We'll have those more uplifting forecast numbers coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Tuesday, May 2nd. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Uplifting numbers, he tells us. I like it.
Yeah.
I'm ready for it.
Are we talking snow totals?
No. I just couldn't come up with a good,
that made me sick a little.
A different way to say warmer. I'm like, okay, I need one of what are those things called? The thesaurus?
Yeah.
Open that up.
I have one on my desk. A
What?
book.
Here?
Yes.
Oh,
and a dictionary.
I'm going to go get it. I'm going to go get it so I don't have to keep saying warmer. But
it's on your phone, too, you know.
It's on my phone. I have a thesaurus on my phone.
Uh-huh.
All right.
Things on your phone.
I have to get an app, I guess. All right, good morning, everybody. Yeah, cloudy. Well, I can say that. We're looking out right now down 395, Patapsco River. We're not really seeing the rain here. We did see a few showers earlier. And as you step out your door on the out-the-door cast, you'll need a jacket. You'll need the umbrella later. Really not a need for the sunglasses today, even though it's still kind of bright out there. But we're just not going to see a lot of that sun with the cloud cover sticking around. And keeping our temperatures cool, too. So if you do want to get out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours, temperatures into the lower 50s. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now. How are we looking on the roads, Patrice?
Well, let's see. Looking at our Lynn Stoller traffic network, we have an accident, actually. 695 inner loop just before Liberty Road. There's one vehicle involved. It is closing the shoulder. Everyone else is able to get by, just moving a little more slowly.
We begin this morning with breaking news coming out of Baltimore City. The T-Mobile employee who was shot during a weekend robbery in Canton has died. Police say someone shot that employee before stealing from several customers and running away. Police say the 22-year-old employee, who is not being identified just yet, died yesterday.
This bill is aimed at solving that and just making it very simple as to who has to file information so that the public can really see where their tax dollars are going to.
In a city in crisis, Fox 45 News has been pushing for more transparency from City Hall, and now Councilman Yitzi Slifer is looking to shed more light on how City Hall spends your tax dollars.
It is the Accountability and Transparency in City Grant-Making Bill, which would make nonprofits show receipts for how they spend money they get from the city.
We have Olivia Dance joining us live now with details of the bill and the next steps. Olivia.
Well, Megan and Patrice, it's unclear when the bill will get a hearing, but it was introduced yesterday and it's already gaining support. In fact, Council President Nick Mosby is among those co-sponsoring the bill, which pushes for more transparency into how nonprofits spend grants coming from the city, especially when programs like Safe Streets and Clean Core are surrounded by more questions than answers.
I, too, have been asking a lot of questions, and so, hopefully this just has a uniform process in how all of these programs are handled. We see tens, sometimes hundreds of millions of dollars going out the door to organizations, and it's important that we have the same level of transparency.
The Accountability and Transparency in City Grant-Making Bill was introduced by Councilman Schleifer, and even though there is growing support for the bill, several elected leaders have yet to sign their name to the transparency effort. So Fox 45 News tried to find out why. Councilman Christopher Burnett dodging our questions, but others seem to be on board. Take a listen.
I think, of course, we want to make sure that nonprofits are spending money well. I think we want to make sure that every dollar is spent well.
There should be more transparency and seeing exactly where the grants go. I fully support my colleague.
Again, it's still unclear when the bill will get a hearing, but Councilman Schleifer says he's open to working with anyone who wants to get the plan moving forward. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Fox 45 News has been demanding answers about how the Safe Streets program spends its money for more than a year now. In January, Baltimore City handed over more than 450 pages worth of Safe Streets related contracts after Fox 45 News threatened legal action. The contracts shed light on how the program operates. The names of the employees are redacted because Safe Streets says that they are not city employees. They work for the nonprofit that operates their location. You can find more on those contracts on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
As he mentioned, Comptroller Bill Henry promised to expand the audit system on the campaign trail back in 2020, but that hasn't happened yet. Listen in.
We need to not just do the bare minimum audits of city agencies that are required by the charter. We need to do as many as need to be done.
Well, that brings us to our question of the day. Do you think the mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement needs to be audited? So far, 98% of voters say yes. Head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in. Turning now to the crisis in the classroom and another setback for the Baltimore County public school system.
A newly released report from the Maryland Inspector General's office finds more than $500,000 meant for student transportation may have been misspent.
Shannon Lilly joins us live from school headquarters to explain. Shannon.
Well, the money was allocated over a 3-year period, Patrice and Megan, and it was supposed to be going to a cab company that was giving students rides to school. Well, turns out, though, many of those rides never even happened. In fact, take a look at this right here. According to this new IG report from the 2018 to 2019 school year and the 2021 to 2022 school year, there were about 1,100 students and 3,900 cases when the students had not been in school. But the taxi company claimed they were taken there, in total racking up nearly $632,000 worth of controversial charges. The report reads in part, quote, "The results of our data analysis indicate that BCPS has paid for taxi cab services for students not attending school, and that Yellow Cab potentially provided fraudulent invoices and vouchers." The OIGE has referred the case to the Maryland Attorney General's office for further review. So, of course, Megan and Patrice, we're going to be following this very closely.
So, Shannon, is the report recommending that the school system do something about this?
Absolutely. So the IG report, Patrice, is recommending that the school system try to get reimbursed from the cab company. They are also recommending that they monitor those charges very closely moving forward. We have reached out to the school system to try to find out if they have a response or if they've taken any of these steps yet. We have not heard back. Reporting live from City School Headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
A new Gaucho poll is revealing how Governor Wes Moore is doing in the new position. Just ahead, what Marylanders think of him so far.
Plus, residents shaken after an armed robbery and shooting in broad daylight. In our next half hour, the impact the ongoing violence could have on the area moving forward.
Lots of cloud cover out there, cool conditions, and more rain rolling in later today. We'll break it down for you and when we can expect some warmer numbers as we head toward the weekend. It's all coming up.
New this morning, Goucher College releases its latest poll results focusing on Governor Wes Moore, President Joe Biden, and the Maryland General Assembly.
Tom Rogers is at our live center with the new results. Tom.
Yeah, Megan Patrice, here it is, right here, the Goucher poll, just releasing this poll about 2 hours ago at 6 o'clock. The college surveying now 800 Marylanders from April 18th through the 23rd. Here's what they were able to find. When it comes to Governor Moore, 53% of Marylanders polled approve of the job that he's doing as governor. 26% disapprove, 20% say they just don't know. Then in the meantime, 47% of pollers say that Maryland is heading in the right direction. 42% say it is not. And this is similar to findings, though, from last year. Almost half of Maryland residents polled, 48% approve of the job the Maryland General Assembly is doing. 35% disapprove, 16% say they don't know. And when it comes to the new laws passed, the biggest one, the poll suggests that the legalization of recreational cannabis will likely only have a modest effect on use. 16% say they were more likely to use cannabis for recreational purposes now that it has become legal in Maryland. 76% say the change in the law makes no difference to them. Finally, when it comes to President Joe Biden and his ratings, Marylanders polled show 49% disapprove the job that he's doing as president. 46% approve, 4% say they don't know. Marylanders held similar attitudes toward Biden in September of 2022. Again, these numbers just released at 6 this morning. That's the latest from our live center. Megan Patrice.
Tom, thank you. A new Baltimore County police chief brings new solutions to ongoing problems. We sit down one-on-one with Chief Robert McCullough to talk about crime in the county.
And Mayor Scott is touting a Johns Hopkins study showing a decline in violence, but there are some questions. Next, we're going to take a closer look at the numbers and if the crime reduction plan is working. 8:12 now. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Take a look at this. A Johns Hopkins report finding that Baltimore's community violence intervention program, Safe Streets, reduced gun violence. Researchers with the university's Bloomberg School of Public Health finding that Safe Streets helped reduce homicides and non-fatal shootings overall from 2007 to 2022. Well, this morning, law enforcement expert and former chief of police in Martinsburg, West Virginia, Mari Richards, joining us live to weigh in on the findings. Mari, good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Morning, Megan. How are you?
Doing well. The researchers here found that in the 5 longest running sites, homicides were on average 32% lower in the first 4 years of this program. But, Mari, there was no significant change in homicides in the 6 newer program sites. What does this tell you?
Well, first of all, we have to look at this study. It is not legitimate because this group, Center for Gun Violence and the Bloomberg School, they have an agenda. This is what they do. They set up programs like this, so they're not objective. The second thing is they'll probably be doing business with the city's program later on. They just got $5 million grant themselves. So the city pays them $150,000 to do this study. You have to expect that they're going to say it works.
Interesting. So the question comes back, do you think it's working?
No, I don't see how you can do that. Even based on what they looked at, there's no hard numbers in that. All these are like estimate projections. There's no individual data on the participants. So how can you say that you can prove that anyone changed their behavior? It's absolutely zero. What we do know is this, that Marilyn Mosby got in 2015. Homicides went up from 211 to 342, 62%. It stayed about that for 8 years. So if anyone can say that there were reductions, I'd have to see it.
Year over year, our homicides are down at this point, looking at from last year to this year. Do you think that is encouraging, or do you think that that is, not yet to be determined, seeing that we have the warmer months still to come?
No, I mean, even during Marilyn Mosby's disastrous tenure, things went up and down a little, but not significantly. What we have to concentrate on is what we know that works. The more cops you have, the less crime. There's credible studies that show that for every 10 policemen that you increase on your force, you reduce homicides by 1. Wow. And that in the Black community, that impact is even doubled. So that's what needs to be concentrated on. And one last thing, Megan, on this study, and it's the same thing with Brandon Scott. They don't see gun violence as a crime. They see it as a public health issue. In other words, it's a disease that someone catches. It's not your fault if you're a criminal. So this is a total different philosophy than what average people believe. They don't want to see people put in jail. But for, serious criminals, that's the only thing.
All right.
One last thing, Megan. Repeat of violent offenders, and this is why Ivan Bates is going to help. 5% of your criminals commit 50% of your violent crime.
Okay.
Those are the ones you have to get off the street and put in prison. And this study and this program is not going to do it.
Interesting. Well, we thank you for shedding light on it. We'll have to end it there for today. Thanks, Mari.
Thanks, Megan.
8:20 now, and it's time to get a check of our forecast.
We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's got the full Weather Authority forecast. Did you get the thesaurus?
Yeah, thanks, Megan.
Oh!
you found it in my desk.
Yeah, thank you. I apologize for rifling through your stuff.
That's okay. I'm so glad someone's using it.
Warmer days ahead. We have enthusiastic, buggy, gung-ho, keen, nutty, zealous, compassionate, maybe some kind-hearted days ahead.
I like
some
zealous.
responsive, some ardent, maybe some fervent days. I like fervent a lot.
Seems very
A
passionate.
fervent weekend, yeah. Wholehearted, sincere, hearty. I think it means more like, warm, being like, not temperature warm. So.
Oh, my.
Yeah.
Going old school.
I love that thesaurus. I don't know who Roger is, but that guy is pretty smart. So, all right, our live cam over downtown Baltimore looking good right now. We've got the Charm City tank shot right down the 395 as well. The Patapsco River also looking good. We have a lot of cloud cover out there, and where it's not warm is where we're seeing snow on the radar. This is in western Maryland, where we've got winter weather advisories through about 10 o'clock this morning in Garrett County. You can see those areas in light blue right there where we're picking up some of that snow. We've definitely seen that on some of our cameras in western Maryland. It's all because of this pesky area of low pressure that's hanging out over the Great Lakes region. And what that's doing is it's wrapping around that moisture, bringing in that cooler air right into our areas. So we stay unsettled throughout the next couple of hours. Now, notice on our hourly future scan, we're going to be dry, but it's about noon, 1 o'clock. You're going to see some of those showers developing, and a westerly wind will be with us as well today. 2, 3 o'clock this afternoon, we get some breaks in the rain. Another round of those showers around 5 o'clock. But by about 7, 8, 9 o'clock tonight, those showers are out of here, and we'll have another round of a few showers for tomorrow. There's Hank the Bird right there. Yeah, 51 here in the 9 o'clock hour. Upper 50s through noontime, and we're close to 60 for the afternoon for today. But a lot of us stay in the 50s. In fact, over Carroll and Baltimore counties, a lot of you in the lower 50s, mid to upper 50s. The farther south you go down through Perry Hall and White Marsh into parts of Towson as well. We're at 58 in D.C., mid-50s in Philadelphia, and close to 60 down the ocean, but only 40s in Cumberland and western Maryland. Now, we did have some relief from the rain in terms of our pollen numbers. Those numbers have crept back up. Now we're getting into grass season here with high counts for grass on that pollen allergy level today. And trees still in that moderate category as well. With that rain this afternoon, that will help again to kind of get things cleaned out. We're only in the upper 50s tomorrow, mid to upper 60s for Thursday and Friday. And then we get low to mid 70s as we head into this upcoming weekend. So drying out and warming up nicely for the first weekend of May. Okay?
All right, Justin, thank you. A back and forth continues this morning about who removed scores from the Maryland Department of Education's website. Still ahead this morning, how a third party is now getting involved.
And we're on the campus of Hartford Community College. The Fighting Owls, their undefeated season. We're going to talk to the coach who made it possible. Coming up next, he might even put me in the game. You never know. Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
It is so Baltimore. The NJCAA Men's Lacrosse National Championship is coming to a stadium near you.
Hartford Community College is gearing up to host the big game later this month. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is live with more. Hey, Mark.
That's right. Coach Varades not only has it coming here, it's going down on this field, but his team, undefeated, ready to get this championship. Let's go! So how does it feel, Coach?
Oh, it feels terrific. You know, it's been a great year. Guys have worked really hard, and you know they're just excited to get to play here, you know, in front of the home crowd and get to host this thing.
Now, you guys are no stranger to winning. I mean, you guys, it seems like every year you're in the running. You know, why is that? And what's the secret?
Well, I think you know we've been able to get a lot of really good, talented players, guys that you know are coming here with a goal in mind that. You know, ultimately they're trying to help themselves and their futures, but at the same time they want to be a part of building something special. And I think the culture has grown into something where these guys are here to play for each other. And, you know, because of that, they work really hard and they want to accomplish a lot together.
So we're going to come out, support. It's happening right here. Coach, congratulations on a successful season, a successful program, and we're wishing you the best. And we know, hey, I need to get one of these, you know, one of these.
Oh, yeah. We'll hook you up. Yeah.
Awesome guy.
You gotta play first, Mark. You gotta play first.
Learn how to cradle, follow through, Mark. You got this. We're going to put information on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
A bold armed robbery in the historic Canton district. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, an economist weighs in on how the crime crisis could impact the entire city.
And scattered showers with highs in the cool to upper 50s. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking when we can expect our next warm-up. 8:28, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News. It's Tuesday, May 2nd. I'm Megan Gilland.
Yeah, I'm Tom Rogers. May 2nd, and if you travel west in Maryland, you could be having snowball fights and building snowmen right now.
Don't do it.
Yeah.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with our forecast here.
Exactly. Well, and it feels a little more like early to mid-March, guys, not early May when we typically are in the lower 70s. But we've been kind of stuck in this same weather pattern with the clouds kind of hanging around those cooler temperatures. Upper 40s and lower 50s for Owings Mills and Cockeysville right now. We're at 50 in Baltimore City and in Dundalk out through Essex and Middle River. So a cool Tuesday morning. We do have a few afternoon showers for us later today, and those temperatures that stay below average for this time of year. If you do want to get out and get some yard work and gardening done, you can do so this morning with temps in the upper 50s through about noon, but the rain rolls in later this afternoon, and we'll only get to about 60 today, upper 50s, even cooler tomorrow, and then mid 60s, finally some warmer numbers by the time we head to Thursday. And we even have a nicer weekend ahead. We'll take a look at those numbers coming up in a few minutes from right now. Tom.
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network and some of the cameras around the Baltimore region. However, the issues right now are 95 south of the city. There's multiple accidents right northbound and southbound at Ripken Way, indicated here on the maps we have, and it looks like there's slowdowns both directions there. In fact, if you're going over the Fort McHenry Tunnel, there's also another disabled vehicle there slowing you down. So 95 south of Baltimore is just going to be a rough commute getting through there until you get to past the outer loop. Then you're wide open.
News in a city in crisis when it comes to an armed robbery at a T-Mobile in Canton. Olivia Dance joining us live here this morning with the breaking details. Olivia.
Well, Megan, just heartbreaking. Baltimore police just confirmed that the T-Mobile employee who was shot has unfortunately died. He was only 22 years old, and it's still unclear if this store will reopen today. It was closed yesterday after that bold armed robbery on Sunday. Now, before the employee was shot inside the store, several customers were also robbed, and then the suspects ran away. It happened during the day in Canton, which is the city's historic waterfront district. Another example of a senseless crime. And residents we spoke to are on edge after what happened here in Canton and other recent unlawfulness seen downtown, including just last month when 2 juveniles were shot a short distance away from dozens of police officers trying to break up a fight at the Inner Harbor. One economist believes all the crime could have a devastating impact on Baltimore.
It destroys jobs. It destroys small business. It destroys main streets. It makes it less likely that people are going to invest in the community to create construction jobs. It's bad for tax base.
Again, no update on when the T-Mobile will reopen, but of course, if you have any information about the armed robbery, you are asked to call Baltimore police. For now, reporting live in Canton, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. 8:33 now on this Tuesday morning. So who posted Maryland's state test results online, and then why were they then removed and redacted, making it more difficult for the public to see how schools are performing?
Project Baltimore's Chris Pabst joining us to explain why no one is taking responsibility. And Chris, we mean no one here.
Yeah, no one. Good morning, Tom and Megan. This is one of those stories where another day, what's going to happen today? So as you guys mentioned, back in January, the test results for the 2022 standardized state test scores were put on MSDE's website. Well, after Project Baltimore started reporting on them, broke the story about the 23 schools, they were taken down, redacted, and then much of the data was hidden behind asterisks, and then MSDE put them back up. So now we're trying to figure out who posted this data in January that MSD was saying was embargoed and never should have been posted, which then allowed us to download the data and do these stories that MSDE says never should have been done because the data never should have been available. Well, MSDE from the very beginning said it was their web vendor, who is the Canton Group, which is based in Baltimore City. Well, the Canton Group is saying, no, it's not us. So then MSDE wrote a statement going, yes, it was them. And then the Canton Group wrote another statement going, no, it wasn't us. So somebody posted this data. Somebody hit a button and posted the data because clearly the data does not post itself. Taxpayers deserve to have this answer. State Superintendent Mohammed Chaudhry, where are you? We tried to ask you this question last week. You locked yourself behind a door to avoid the question. What is going on?
And we still have no answer.
Yeah. Chris, we saw on there, too, the label of that from the MSDE. It says that Fox 45 sent incorrect and misleading. That's how it was titled from MSDE. And then the Canton group writing back later on saying thank you at least for responding, because obviously the two groups are not discussing anything if they didn't even know there was a response.
They are not communicating. And the Canton Group has been the web vendor for MSDE, the Maryland State Department of Education, for nearly 20 years. This is a long-term relationship that these two companies have. Well, the government, these two groups have, and they're not talking. They're not communicating at all. Now, from our understanding, the Canton Group is communicating with MSDE. They're sending MSDE the statement. So when we got the statement on Friday from the Canton Group saying that they did not post the data, they copied MSDE. But when MSDE replies, they're only replying to us. So yesterday, when the state replied saying, no, it was the Canton Group, they didn't include the Canton Group on that. So when I called the Canton Group yesterday, I'm like, hey, MSDE is saying that you did do it. What is your reply? Like, they're completely caught off guard. They don't have any idea what's going on. MSDE is not keeping the Canton Group, their 20-year vendor that they're blaming for potentially violating student privacy laws. They're just not keeping them in the loop. So the last place that this was yesterday afternoon was they are now communicating. The Canton Group and MSDE are trying to figure out together so they can agree upon who posted this data and what happened. But as of now, they're pretty far apart. But as I said, the taxpayers need to have an answer for this. Billions and billions of tax dollars go into MSDE. They have to be transparent with the public.
They deserve to know. All right, Chris Papps, thank you. We appreciate it.
Well, Project Baltimore is waiting to hear from the president of the State Board of Education, Clarence Crawford. He told Fox 45 News he didn't know the data was being changed. Friday, Fox 45 sent both President Crawford and Governor Moore an email asking when they became aware the data was removed and redacted from the website. We also asked how they were able to become aware. We are still waiting on their responses.
Baltimore County's new chief of police addressing the growing crime concern. After the break, Chief Robert McCullough discusses those challenges, what's facing the department, and what he plans to do to overcome them.
We're still looking at scattered showers for the rest of your Tuesday. And it's still ahead. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know when we will start to dry out. And see that snow on the western side of Maryland? What impact that will have when it makes its way to the eastern side where we are.
was concerned about violence. I'm concerned about the fact that there's so many guns out there and that people are willing to use them.
Well, in a one-on-one interview, Baltimore County's new police chief addresses growing crime concerns.
Taylor Stewart in studio here live with more on the sit-down with Chief Robert McCullough and the challenges facing his department. Taylor.
That's right. McCullough's the county's first black chief of police, and he's stepping into this new role as more and more residents tell Fox 45 gun violence is an increasing concern following 2 deadly shootings in a single week. He talked about transparency, policy, community engagement, and the goals of his tenure.
What we're going to do is take a holistic approach to policing. We're going to be proactive. I've asked my patrol commanders to make sure that our officers are out there, they're being visible.
Right now, the department's working to fill 219 vacancies. He says despite that, expect his officers to be out and about interacting with the community. This visibility as one of the tactics he says he's going to use to address the increasing concern of juvenile violence, especially as the summer approaches. He says no parent should have to receive the call 16-year-old Trayshawn Harmon's parents received when he was shot and killed last February near the Towson Town Circle. Take a listen.
As a parent, I clearly understand what they're saying, but I also would reassure them as their chief is that we're doing everything to make Baltimore County a safe place to live and to work and for our children to go to school.
And as to whether he's concerned about crime from the city spilling into the county, McCullough sees it this way.
I think crime knows no boundaries. Crime is everywhere. Crime does not know the city or county line.
Right now, Baltimore County is dealing with 7 homicides this year. So far, though, we're learning that the partnerships through the surrounding agencies, McCullough says he's going to come in confident to tackle this job. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Thank you, Taylor. The O's make franchise history in the month of April. Still to come. We'll be breaking down their record in comparison to the rest of the American League.
But first, Alzheimer's impacts more than 100,000 Marylanders. After the break, we're going to tell you how this disease becomes more impactful as you age. It is 8:43, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
You gonna dance? No. This Saturday, it is a great event. You can see it right here. This Alzheimer's Association will be hosting their Memory Ball, and it's the Dancing with the Stars event. The event raises funds to fight a disease affecting more than 6 million Americans, including more than 100,000 Marylanders. And Executive Director of Alzheimer's Association in Greater Maryland Chapter, David McShay, is here with us now. David, let's talk about this. We said it affects more than 100,000, but there is a whole team of people, family members and staff that are there to help, because once you become an adult and you start losing your cognitive skills, it takes a team to kind of keep you safe.
Absolutely, Tom. And we estimate that for the 110,000 Marylanders living with Alzheimer's, there's over 250,000 caregivers that are out there supporting them. And we want them to know that we here at the Alzheimer's Association are here for them.
And you have been for decades now.
Yes.
Alzheimer's Association has been helping them. You put on one event that is a big event here in Baltimore. It's coming up this Saturday. You and I get to go MC it. We do a little bit of fun. We have a great time there. But tell us about how much money you guys have raised over the years.
So this is our 15th annual Memory Ball, actually, and we've raised in excess of $8 million, Tom. And all of that helps to fund our mission activities across the state. 74 cents of every dollar goes directly towards those activities, including 40-plus support groups across the state, education programming, and people can also call our helpline at any time, 1-800-272-3900.
And that's important because it's one of those, you know, when parents have infants, you can get tired. Imagine having an adult that can leave the house or do something and really are not, they don't even know they're really doing it. So that support system is crucial. I mean, it's really crucial. Let's talk about, though, the changes and the advancements that have happened here with Alzheimer's, because a lot of people are like, oh, that's an old person's disease. I don't have to worry about it. I'm in my 40s or my 50s.
Great, absolutely, Tom. And the reality is that more and more people are getting what we call younger onset. But it's a very hopeful time for the Alzheimer's Association. We're entering the era of treatment. Recently, there's been several new treatments that have come out that support people with in the earlier phases and help delay the progression of the disease, which really increases their quality of life.
So if we're not able to do the Memory Ball, which is a great event happening this Saturday, downtown Baltimore, if you can't come out to that and support that, you can still support online right now. Where can we go?
Absolutely. Just visit us at alz.org/Maryland. Whether you'd like to donate to the Memory Ball or whether you need support, we're there for you.
Dave McShay, or should I say hard rocker?
That's right.
Right? We're going 80s this Saturday.
Yes, indeed.
Going to the 80s and some Purple Rain and a whole, I don't want to give away too much, but there's a whole lot ready for it in store. Thank you so much. We appreciate you.
Thank you, Tom. Appreciate it.
All that you do, too.
I'm hoping to see some video of that, by the way, too. Caught on camera, a father and son were recently rescued after being swept away from the Florida shore. Check it out. The man and his young son, they were swimming off Anna Maria Island when a strong rip current carried them away. Rescuers want to remind people to use caution when you are out there in the ocean. If you do get caught in a rip current, remain calm. Fighting makes it worse. Authorities say swim parallel to the shore to move out of the current there. Just incredible to see that actually happen. Good thing he had his swimmies on there. Well, I think we still have a little bit more rain that we can expect before we see the sun break out again here in our region.
That's right. We want to go over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. And, yeah, you can see the wind with the flags right behind you.
Come on, just a little something from Purple Rain, a little 80s.
No, you have to come out Saturday.
But I can't. You said it's sold out.
Maybe a little sneak peek.
You got to know somebody, I guess.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
I am not doing that. I'm not part of that. There's professional dancers for that part.
Okay.
You can't help it.
Well, it'll be great.
Out there.
It'll be great. Looking outside, yeah, Tom was mentioning the wind, and this is what we're talking about. A westerly wind today does not make flying easy, especially when you have that big crosswind component and those really strong westerly winds. Again, this is more like March. We typically deal with a windy March, but still the unsettled weather pattern is in play, and that's why we still have to deal with more of the westerly wind for this afternoon. We're going to also add some showers in there as well. We've been tracking some of those snow showers in western Maryland with the winter weather advisory through 10 o'clock this morning in Garrett County. Could see that extended for tonight because we have winter storm warnings in the mountains of West Virginia. That's where we're seeing some pretty good accumulating snow there. But again, if you were traveling to western Maryland, just know you're going to be running into some of that colder air and that precipitation of the winter variety, all because of this large upper level low continuing to bring the unsettled conditions into our region. Now, as we take you to the next couple of hours, excuse me, notice we do say mainly dry, but About 11 into the noon hour, that's when most of our models are picking up on some of those showers that will roll through. So kind of off and on showers, a bit of a break in about 2 and 3 o'clock this afternoon. Another round of a few showers through 4 or 5 o'clock. But by 7, 8, 9 o'clock and into the evening, those showers are out of here. We do still carry at least a chance for some showers tomorrow as well. Temperatures cool with the cloud cover, low to mid 50s, barely to about 60 degrees across central Maryland. Up and down the 95 corridor, 50s and lower 60s, even down the ocean, only at about 59 for today. Here's the good news. Next 6 to 10 days, this is from the Climate Prediction Center. Notice the area in orange right here in the mid-Atlantic and at home. We're talking about above average. That's the trend that those numbers are going toward. So hold off on that mowing. Your mowcast is a green light by Thursday. We still have some of the wet conditions out there on your lawns. Wednesday gets a little drier, but still might as well just hold off until you get closer to the weekend. And you can see on our future scan some of those showers coming through with this trough of low pressure. Tomorrow, that low slides to the north and to the east, and on the back side of that, we still have that potential to pick up some showers and that northwesterly wind. Thursday, however, drier, and then the warming process will begin. In fact, we get to the upper 50s tomorrow, but mid-60s on Thursday, almost 70 on Friday, and low to mid-70s across the board as we head into Saturday and Sunday. Dry conditions as well. Time to take a look at a view through your window, and this is a shot right here from Thomas C. I like the flowers, yellow buttercups. We talked about April showers bringing those May flowers, and they sure are looking good. So, Thomas, thank you for posting that picture. We'd love to see the view through your window. Just go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or scan that QR code on your screen.
The Orioles are back at it tonight in KC after enjoying a day off. That's right, first pitch 7:40. The team counted 18 wins last month, and they're 19-9 overall, second best in all of the American League. 18 wins are now a franchise April record. The O's head to Kansas City to take on that 3-game series, and before they come back next Monday.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by Chime Medical Center.
It is that time of year that we celebrate the one and only mom. And you could win extra spending money every day from now until May 12th. Grab your phone to scan this QR code here. That's going to give you a chance to win a $100 Visa gift card. Play our Mother's Day Mania trivia contest. You get the question right, and you could win the $100 daily prize. You don't even need to be a mom, but hopefully, you know, you'll win the money and you'll spend it on mom. Again, scan that QR code, get the Mother's Day Mania trivia question of the day, and good luck. Help your mom relax a bit this Mother's Day. Ahead in our next hour, the easy steps to follow to decompress and chill out.
Tiny guests will be joining us in the studio for our creature feature. They're like the dodo birds of the reptiles. We're highlighting a species that is now extinct in the wild, Panamanian golden frogs.
But first, we are jumping into this Tuesday morning.
I thought you were going to say something about licking a frog. Okay. Yeah. Well, hopefully get us hopping. Let's take a coffee break. That was better.
Topping your morning business report, the average gas prices in Baltimore dropped 10 cents per gallon in the past week, averaging $3.45. That's according to Gas Buddy's survey. Prices in Baltimore are 6 cents per gallon higher than a month ago and stand 79 cents per gallon lower than a year ago. According to the report, the cheapest station in Baltimore was priced at $3.09 a gallon. That's pretty good. While the most expensive was $3.79 a gallon. Taking a live look over the White House now, where President Biden has kicked off Small Business Week. Alongside Vice President Harris, Biden touting his work for small businesses. According to data from the Census Bureau, more than 10 million small business jobs, have been created since 2021. The White House chalking that up to investments in federal programs for entrepreneurs.
Small businesses are the engine of our economy. The glue, they really are the glue, the heart and soul of communities. 40% of the gross domestic product of America, small businesses, not mega corporations, small businesses. You employ nearly half of all private sector workers. I don't think people know that.
At the event, Biden also announcing increased small business loans in minority communities. Now it is time for today's America Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Noki.
I want to show you something we just installed, and it's so easy and so affordable. This new Kangaroo doorbell cam. It's a doorbell camera and a motion detector all in one. You've probably seen the fancy, expensive ones, the signs all over your neighborhood. Well, this one is a fraction of the price, and it does the same thing. When someone approaches your door, maybe they're delivering a package, or maybe it's someone coming to visit, this is going to capture a still picture of them, and you can see it on the app on your phone. The same thing. If someone rings the bell, you can see who it is on the app on the phone. Not to mention keeping your family safe. There's so much going on in the world today. One of the statistics I found interesting was that a home burglary happens once every 25 seconds in the United States. And then on top of that, they're in and out of your home in 12 minutes. It takes no time. With this, you can see exactly what's going on. And with the price that we're offering, you can get multiples. You know, we put this at the back door. You could do it front, back door, side door. It might even be a good idea to have one inside your home so that if you're away, you can see what's going on inside your home. You can really never have too much protection for your home. And this is going to give you that at such an affordable price. Right now, we're offering the Kangaroo doorbell cam for 43% off. That's less than $20 to make sure your home is safe. If you could put a price tag on safety, that could be it. Head over to asadeals.com for this exclusive offer.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Good morning on this Tuesday, May 2nd. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland. We have meteorologist Justin Chambers here with us.
Haven't even said it yet today. Hump Day Eve.
Oh, yeah.
Almost.
We're getting there.
Tuesdays.
Tuesdays are great. That's why we do the leg kick on Tuesdays, because nothing happens on Tuesdays.
Taco Tuesday.
Oh, yeah, there's Taco Tuesday.
We got that.
Oh, man, good way to bring it back. Yeah.
There we go.
And sugar, right? Sugar, we're feeling good. Our Domino's sugar sign looking good. Shaking around this Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam because the wind is going to be blowing through this afternoon and into the evening as well. Chilly temperatures, freezing in Oakland right now. 42 in Cumberland, mid-40s in Hagerstown. You can see upper 40s for Westminster and Bel Air. And we made it into the lower 50s for Baltimore down through Annapolis this hour. So next couple of hours, temps are essentially staying in the 50s. We'll get to the upper 50s by noontime, and we are tracking a few more rain showers later today. So only a high of 60 today, 43 tonight, and then only upper 50s tomorrow. But some much warmer conditions on the way for the weekend. We'll talk about it coming up.
All right, Justin, thank you. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic network, there are 2 incidents to report. One of them, 95 north in the Fort McHenry Tunnel. We've got a disabled vehicle on the roadway there. The other 95 southbound, we've got 1 vehicle involved and the right shoulder closed there. As a result, you can see significant delays. We've got yellow and red indicated on that map there around those areas.
9:01 now. We begin with breaking news out of this city. The T-Mobile employee who was shot during a weekend robbery in Canton has died. Police say that someone shot the employee before then turning and stealing from several customers in the store and then running away. Police say the 22-year-old employee, who is not being identified just yet, died yesterday.
We are also getting reports of 2 shootings in Baltimore within 2 hours of each other. The first happened at 12:50 this morning when police responded to a hospital for reports of a walk-in shooting victim. Officers found a 23-year-old man suffering from non-life-threatening gunshot wounds. Investigators learned the victim was shot along Reisterstown Road right next to the Baltimore Central Church of God.
Then 2 hours later, officers responded to reports of a shooting in a neighborhood next to Moores Run Park. They found a 33-year-old man suffering from a gunshot wound. He was taken to the hospital for treatment. If you know anything about either of these shootings, you are asked to call Metro Crime Stoppers. The number on the bottom of your screen there, 1-866-7-LOCK-UP. In a city in crisis, Fox 45 News continues to push for more transparency from City Hall.
Now, Councilman Yitzi Schleifer is looking to shed more light on how City Hall spends your tax dollars.
It is the Accountability and Transparency in City Grant Making Bill, which would make nonprofits show receipts for how they spend the money they get from the city.
Olivia Dance joining us live now with the details of this bill and the next steps. Olivia.
Yeah, well, it's still unclear when the bill will get a hearing, but it was introduced yesterday and it's already gaining support. In fact, Council President Nick Mosby is among those co-sponsoring the bill, which pushes for transparency on how nonprofits spend grants coming from the city, especially when programs like Safe Streets and Clean Core are surrounded by more questions than answers.
I, too, have been asking a lot of questions, and so, hopefully this just has a uniform process in how all of these programs are handled. We see tens, sometimes hundreds of millions of dollars going out the door to organizations, and it's important that we have the same level of transparency.
The Accountability and Transparency in City Grant-Making Bill was introduced by Councilman Schleifer, and even though there is growing support for the bill, several elected leaders have yet to sign their name to the transparency effort. So Fox 45 News tried to find out why. Councilman Christopher Burnett dodging our questions, but others seem to be on board. Take a listen.
I think, of course, we want to make sure that nonprofits are spending money well. I think we want to make sure that every dollar is spent spent well.
There should be more transparency and seeing exactly where the grants go. I fully support my colleague.
Again, it's still unclear when the bill will get a hearing, but Councilman Schleifer says he's open to working with anyone who wants to get the plan moving forward. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Turning now to the crisis in the classroom and another setback for the Baltimore City public school system.
A newly released report from the Maryland Inspector General's office finds more than $500,000 meant for student transportation may have been misspent.
Shannon Lilly joins us live from school headquarters to explain what happened. Shannon.
Yeah, this money was allocated over a 3-year span, Patrice and Megan, and it went to a cab company that was supposed to be giving students rides to school. Turns out, though, many of those rides may have never even happened. In fact, take a look at this right here. According to this new IG report from the 2018 to 2019 school year and the 2021 to 2022 school year, there were about 1,100 students and 3,900 cases when the students had not been in school, but the taxi company claimed they were taken there. In total, racking up nearly $632,000 worth of controversial charges. Now, the report reads, in part, quote, "The results of our data analysis indicate the BCPS has paid for taxi cab services for students not attending school, and that Yellow Cab potentially provided fraudulent invoices and vouchers. The OIGE has referred the case to the Maryland Attorney General's office for further review." So, of course, Megan and Patrice, we are going to be following this very closely moving forward.
Shannon, is the report recommending that the school system do anything about this?
Yeah, it absolutely is, Megan. In fact, the IG report is recommending that the school system try to get reimbursed from the cab company. They are also recommending that they keep a closer eye on those charges moving forward. We have also reached out to the school system to find out if they've done any of this or if they have a response to all of this. We have not heard back. Reporting live from City School headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
President Biden and congressional leaders will finally sit down to discuss the debt ceiling 1 week from today. They have less time than they thought they did to get it done as the Treasury moves up the default date.
National correspondent Atra Al-Nashar joining us live from Capitol Hill with the developments. Atra, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Megan and Patrice. We're just learning this morning that House Speaker Kevin McCarthy has accepted President Biden's invitation to meet on May 9th with him and the other three leaders in the House and Senate. So this will be McCarthy and Biden's first meeting since February. May 9th puts them about 3 weeks away from this new default date of June 1st. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen just told Congress it's been moved up because tax revenue came in and it wasn't as much as they were expecting. Less money to pay the bills. So the debt ceiling, a default will come sooner, she says. Now, estimates vary still on this. That's the Treasury's estimate. But the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office is also now reporting it sees a greater probability of default in early June as well. So pulling back the curtain on the interpersonal politics of this meeting, Speaker McCarthy is going to go into it with the leverage, yes, of passing legislation on the issue last week. But unlike House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, and the president, McCarthy and Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell famously do not have a close working relationship. And when you go into a room like this, teamwork is crucial. So we'll see if that plays as a weakness for Republicans in these negotiations.
All right, yeah, we will definitely have to keep an eye on that. Switching gears, Supreme Court ethics in the spotlight on Capitol Hill this morning. What's going on there?
Yeah, so the Democratic-led Senate Judiciary Committee is set to scrutinize the latest revelations about Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas and his lavish vacations and gifts that he got from a Republican mega donor. Also, Justice Neil Gorsuch's property sale in 2017 to a prominent law firm. But this isn't necessarily a partisan concern. We also expect Republicans on the committee to bring up apparent conflicts of interest of liberal justices over the years, like the late Ruth Bader Ginsburg and former Justice Stephen Breyer, taking trips paid for by prominent people. Now, the Supreme Court has long policed its own ethics, and all 9 of them recently signed a statement standing by their current practices. They really don't have a set of rules or a set of consequences for violating rules. So the big question senators will be grappling with today is, does the constitutional separation of powers even allow Congress to legislate standards for the Supreme Court? And Megan and Patrice, usually those kinds of questions, constitutional questions, are decided by who else but the Supreme Court.
Very interesting. Yeah. All right. National correspondent Atra Al-Nashar live from Capitol Hill. Thank you.
Well, it's 9:09. Writers in Hollywood are stepping away from their computer screens and they're getting ready to walk the picket lines.
We have Tom Rogers at our live center with the latest on this. Tom, what's going on?
Yeah, I want to take you. Here's a live shot right here. It keeps going down over Hollywood. You see the sign every once in a while. It looks like it's frozen, but there's birds and some people walking across here. But the big important story here is where more than 11,000 members of the Writers Guild of America will be going on strike today for the first time since 2007. Union officially calling for a strike after it failed to reach an agreement with the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers just yesterday. Writers have been trying to reach a new contract with the studios as the industry is shifting more into streaming, and writers are pointing to studios hiring independent contractors or using AI to avoid union contracts.
What's frustrating is that we just came off of a great rebound from COVID year, and momentum was moving forward. And then something that's completely out of our control like this happens.
Nobody disagrees that writers in Hollywood are underpaid right now. There's a tremendous amount of content, but they're not getting the compensation they want for it.
The strike means production of many television shows like Saturday Night Live, Jimmy Kimmel Live could come to a halt immediately, while the start of new seasons for other shows may be delayed until later this year. That's the latest from our live center. Megan Patrice, back to you.
It is so Baltimore. Lacrosse fans, the NJCAA Men's National Championship is happening later this month.
The games are all going down on the campus of Harford County Community College. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is live in Bel Air. He's got more. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. So it is going down on this field. Max, Are you ready? Max is here he's going to show me how to do this, okay? But so Max, you got the championship coming here. What does that mean to you guys? And what's going to happen when you hit that field?
Yes, sir. It means a lot to us here at Hartford. We're looking forward to the semifinal game on Saturday, and then hopefully we're going to advance to the championship on Sunday. It's very important to us that's on our home field, and we're ready to defend the nest.
Well, sadly, Max, I'm a natural athlete. You guys could have used me, but can you show me how to do? I've never done this before. Can you show me how it works?
We have two of our best offensive guys here. We have Jack Mulligan and Carter Korzinski, so they're going to show you a little bit how to shoot, pass around a little bit, and then we have our goalie Jacob Poling in goal right there.
Okay, let's go, guys. I'm a natural athlete, so let me see. Go ahead.
You think you're a righty or lefty?
I think I'm a righty.
Okay, so put your stick like this.
Okay.
And then we'll put the ball right here.
Okay.
And then you want to go chin to shoulder like this.
Chin to shoulder.
And then I like to think of pulling down with my left arm and then pushing with my right.
Okay.
And then following through.
Okay.
Yep.
You ready?
Give it a try.
I'm a natural athlete, guys. Did I tell you that?
Yes,
okay,
sir.
let's go. Ready?
Oh, here, give him another one. Give one more. One more.
All right.
Oh. Let it go.
Oh! He's too good.
Right,
He's too good.
That's out there here.
Oh,
there you go.
Okay, well, hey, guys, I'm not great, but these guys are.
I think that was pretty good, Mark. Yes. I spent a lot of time on the lacrosse field, and that exceeded my expectation.
You should be proud.
Yeah. Follow through. Come all the way down, though, Mark.
We believe.
This is the mom on the sidelines.
Right.
More information on how you can get out there and see Mark and the pros. Go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Looks like fun. A new law enabling more church abuse survivors to seek justice. The ads popping up and why lawsuits could be stalled for months. As the temperatures rise as we head into summer, so do your chances of contracting a tick-borne illness. What the state health department is doing this month to make sure that Marylanders protect themselves. 9:13, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. Happening now as the warmer weather approaches. The Maryland Department of Health is warning residents about the spread of tick-borne diseases.
Governor Wes Moore announcing the month of May as Tick-Borne Disease Awareness Month in Maryland. The campaign aims to educate Marylanders on how to reduce exposure to ticks, as well as what to do if you are bitten.
To decrease chances of being bitten by ticks, stay out of humid areas with tall grass. Shower after coming back from being outside and perform regular tick checks on everyone in your house, including the animals. That's now a thing in our family when you come in from outside.
Yeah.
So important. Well, from Adderall to Ozempic, America is experiencing critical drug shortages.
Some experts say a range of factors are making it difficult to predict when these shortages might end.
Dee Gatton with the National Desk, joining us with a closer look at the problem and how it could impact you.
There were 301 active national drug shortages through this year's first quarter, according to the University of Utah Drug Information Service. That's 49% higher than the number recorded in the first 3 months of 2018. We've been talking about the attention deficit hyperactivity disorder treatment, Adderall, for months. In October of last year, the FDA announced a shortage, citing manufacturing problems. The FDA also noted a shortage of Ozempic, the diabetes drug that can also be prescribed for weight loss. Business professor at the University of the Incarnate Word, Dr. David Bequist, says a combination of factors could be contributing to short supply. He notes a surge in Adderall during the COVID-19 pandemic.
And then at the same time, the pandemic also was causing shortages, particularly worker shortages in packing and shipping for these drug companies, which led to an overall pain for the consumers because they weren't able to get access to them. So Ozempic, wow, this is a very interesting one. So we've seen that a number of people that had either diabetes or was looking for weight loss were apparently going through telehealth visits and getting these prescriptions quicker and easier, which led to an overall, again, shortage of the drug.
Dr. Bequist also notes people learning of Ozempic on social media, and he says that increased demand too. Shortages have resulted in delays for you getting your treatment or having to go to different pharmacies. Dr. Bequist tells me he thinks we're going to start seeing people in need of these drugs asking for larger supplies at a time whenever appropriate. Reporting for the National Desk, I'm Dee Gatton.
All right, thanks, Dee Dee. Our weather authority forecast right now at 9:19, looking down at the Inner Harbor, some of those boats out there. Probably not the best day to be out on the water, only because we still have to deal with westerly winds that will be strong and rain showers, too. Don't worry, we've got some very nice boating days and outdoor days coming up as we head toward Cinco de Mayo weekend. So our HD radar looking like this. Not much that we're seeing here at home in terms of any precipitation, but look a little bit farther to the west, and that's where we're seeing the wintry precipitation that continues to bring snow to the mountain elevations and higher elevations of the state, with that winter weather advisory in place in Garrett County, and then we still have winter storm warnings there for the mountains of West Virginia. We still have this area of low pressure. We've been talking about it for the last couple of days. Eventually by tomorrow, this will start shifting to the south and to the east and moving out of here, but we still have to deal with some of the wet weather that's going to come along with that. So as we take you through about noon today, notice the green. These models have stayed pretty consistent, so it looks like the middle part of the day is the best chance to get some of that rain. Still some showers left over into the afternoon, but by the time we get to 4 or 5 o'clock, it does look to dry out and all of that rain moving out of here, even though our temperatures will stay cool with the cloud cover. Lower 50s next hour if you're hanging out there at Penn Station, and we'll see temperatures that'll barely get to about 60. Moving into the afternoon for your Taco Tuesday, temperatures here in those mid to upper 50s. So overall, not bad, but not typically where we are. You can see that average of 72, nowhere near those numbers, especially across northern Carroll and Baltimore counties, with lower 50s out there, mid to upper 50s for a lot of us. In fact, the further south you go, we'll see more of those 50s continuing for Ellicott City and Elk Ridge down through Glen Burnie and Pasadena. But kind of a gray day today. We did have those pollen numbers come down with the rain over the weekend. They're creeping back up. Now we're in grass season with high counts there for the pollen, and trees back into that moderate category. Only upper 50s tomorrow, but good news ahead. 65 Thursday, upper 60s on Friday, and low to mid 70s as we head into this upcoming weekend. Back to you.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by Shine Medical Center.
It is that time of year that we celebrate Mom, and you could win some extra money every day from now until May 12th.
To spend on Mom, right?
Exactly.
Grab your phone to scan the QR code that's going to pop back up on your screen, and then you could have a chance to win a $100 Visa gift card. Play our Mother's Day Mania trivia contest.
Just get the question right, and then you could win the $100 daily prize. You don't even need to be a mom, but you might want to share it with Mom. Again, scan the QR code to get the Mother's Day Mania trivia question of the day. Good luck.
The first Monday in May has come and gone. In our next half hour, we're going to recap what happens on that day. We're talking about the Met Gala and the fabulous felines that made their red carpet debut.
And relax those shoulders. Take a deep breath. Inhale, exhale. We're highlighting the art of chilling out. Up next, how you can transform from a worrier to a relaxation warrior. That sounds good. 9:22 now on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
(9:25). Women are often the main, if not sole, caregivers for their families, all while working full-time. Being in high demand within these roles can lead women to neglect their own health. This Women's Health Month, one local author is offering 100 tips on how to release the tension and chill out. Holistic health expert and author Angela D. Coleman is joining us to share more. You've got the magic recipe. If you can help us figure out how to do that, then you are golden. Good morning.
Welcome. Good morning. Thank you so much.
So I would ask, why don't women chill out? But I'm already thinking about my day ahead, all the things I have to do. And once you finish doing all the things, you've run out of time for yourself. Is that what women find?
Women are finding that they're overburdened. There's a lot that we're expected to do, a lot that we commit to doing, and a lot of things, frankly, that we want to do. But nothing can stay on 100%, sustain itself 24/7 without eventually burning out. So to prevent burnout, we have to sometimes turn it off. And it's a temporary kind of turning it off. And in the book, The Art of Chilling Out for Women, I teach very specific strategies and techniques where we can set aside time to take care of ourselves.
Okay, and we all need that, and this book is going to be a bestseller if you can get us to slow down. You've got 100 tips. We don't have time for all of them. Give us a couple. I mean, tell us what we need to begin doing.
Sure. I have 101. I give an extra. I give a bonus tip. But one of the ways that we can do that is listening to our bodies.
Okay.
I have one chapter that's called Listen to Your Body Barometers, and tuning into how we express ourselves and what happens to our bodies physically when we're in certain situations. Looking at ourselves energetically. It's a holistic health perspective. So mind, body, spirit, it's all tied, it's all integrated. And we have to understand this is how we function naturally, and that we also have natural rhythms. We have natural rhythms of rest, restoration, and productivity. Not to just be on in fight or flight mode all the time. That's hard to sustain. It creates a lot of stress. So it is my hope that women and also girls will learn to incorporate these types of self-care techniques into their lives every day, just like brushing our teeth. We know the benefits of brushing our teeth. It's become a habit. It's socially acceptable. It's widely promoted. And so the same should be with taking care of ourselves. And sometimes it's 5 seconds. Other times it's 5 minutes. For you, it might be something unique, and that's what makes it special.
I need the next 6 months, I think. Let me ask you real quick, where can people get the book? Because I think we all need this.
Sure. Or you can buy The Art of Chilling Out at Amazon.com, Barnes & Nobles, anywhere where books, all stores, because it's an Adams Media, Simon & Schuster publication.
And you also have a nonprofit where you work with girls and women and try and get them to do these things and just even be aware of it, because sometimes we're on 100% so fast, we don't pay attention to our bodies.
Absolutely. Sisterhood Agenda is my nonprofit agency, and we have a big girls empowerment program. We also have a sister camp, for example, this summer in Baltimore County. We're registering now, and we're teaching those life skills. We're teaching self-esteem, positive self-concept, sisterhood. We also have holistic housing. We have parks, which is a holistic housing development that we are using the power of green spaces, Mother Nature, to enhance well-being.
All right, we could go on about this topic forever. They're wrapping me up. We are out of time, but I love that you're teaching young girls how to begin to think about this so they're not, grown women and they still aren't thinking about it. So thank you so much. We appreciate it. Make sure you get the book. All right, a mix of clouds and sun with highs in the upper 50s and lower 60s. We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking the afternoon showers ahead in his full Weather Authority forecast.
A bold armed robbery in the historic Canton district. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, an economist weighs in on how the crime crisis could impact the entire city.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Welcome back on this Tuesday, 9:32. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. We want to check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers and see what's going on outside.
Yeah, right now we're talking about the cloud cover that's here and the temperatures that have been kind of cool so far this morning. We had a few showers earlier this morning, but right now we are just looking at cloudy conditions and cool temperatures as we look out over the city. A few afternoon showers on the way today again. Now, temperatures staying below average not only today, but for the next couple of days. If you're out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours, should not be getting wet. But once you get to about noon, that's when some of those rain showers will start to impact your outdoor plans. So we'll only get to about 60 today and upper 50s tomorrow. Finally back to the mid 60s. Some improving numbers coming up on Thursday. That's going to lead us to a pretty nice weekend right around the corner. We'll break that down for you coming up in just a little bit from right now.
All right, that sounds good, Justin. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic network, we've got a live look over Loch Raven Boulevard here. Traffic moving very nicely in both directions on the inner and outer loop. Not a lot of volume out there on the roads. But, you know, give yourself some extra time. Some areas are seeing it. Actually, I feel like there's a lot of volume right here on our screen, so be mindful of that. We have some breaking news in a city in crisis when it comes to an armed robbery at a T-Mobile store in Canton.
Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning with the breaking details. Olivia.
Well, Megan and Patrice, Baltimore police just confirmed that the T-Mobile employee who was shot has unfortunately died. He was only 22 years old. Absolutely heartbreaking. Now, it's still unclear if this store will reopen today. It was closed yesterday after that bold armed robbery on Sunday. Now, before the employee was shot inside the store, several customers were also robbed, and the suspects ran away. It happened during the day in Canton, which is the city's historic waterfront district. Another example of a senseless crime. And residents we spoke to are on edge after what happened here in Canton and other recent unlawfulness seen downtown, including just last month when 2 juveniles were shot a short distance away from dozens of police officers trying to break up a fight at the Inner Harbor. One economist believes all the crime could have a devastating impact on Baltimore.
It destroys jobs. It destroys small business. It destroys main streets. It makes it less likely that people are going to invest in the community to create construction jobs. It's bad for tax base.
Again, no update on when the T-Mobile will reopen. But of course, if you have any information about the armed robbery, you are asked to call Baltimore police. For now, reporting live in Canton, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
All right, Olivia, thank you. Developing now, more abuse survivors are coming forward following that bombshell report from the Maryland Attorney General's office detailing decades of sexual abuse within the Baltimore Archdiocese.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live with a closer look at what is happening and what is still to come. Shannon.
Well, on top of that bombshell report that you guys mentioned, Patrice and Megan, we know that there is a new law that's in place that allows adults who were abused as kids to now sue their abusers. And so we spoke with lawyers who say the Catholic Church is in for a legal reckoning. In fact, you might have already seen some of these internet ads posted or even these billboard signs going up. We know that lawyers from across the country are seeking out Maryland's sex abuse survivors, and a wave of lawsuits will hit come October 1st, and that is because October 1st is the day that the Child Abuse Act takes effect. But victims still have a significant hurdle ahead. A provision in the new law includes a measure that would put the lawsuits on hold until the Maryland Supreme Court can determine whether the new law is constitutional. So we spoke with Baltimore City lawyer Robert Jenner, who sits on a National Survivors Advisory Board and helped rally behind the Child Victims Act in Annapolis. And he says his law firm has already joined forces with 2 other local firms and is looking to bring on at least 6 more for a mass action lawsuit with massive amounts of money.
The lawyers will be working together collaboratively to get a single voice, to get the best possible setting we can.
These cases potentially are worth hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars.
In the meantime, we have reached out to the Baltimore Archdiocese to see if they do plan to challenge this law in the Maryland Supreme Court. We have not heard back. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
All right, Shannon, thank you. You can find more on the Child Victims Act and the Church Sex Abuse Report on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Looking ahead this morning, the National Firefighters Foundation will host the 42nd National Fallen Firefighters Memorial Weekend from May 6th to 7th in Emmitsburg, Maryland.
This year's tribute is going to remember 144 firefighters who died in the line of duty in 2022 and previous years. Each name will be inscribed on a bronze plaque and become a permanent part of the National Memorial in honor of their sacrifices.
The honorees will include Lieutenant Paul Buttram, firefighter and paramedic Kenny Lacayo, and Lieutenant Kelsey Sadler. They sadly passed away after responding to a fire at a vacant row home in January of 2022.
A new Goucher poll revealing how Governor Wes Moore is doing in the new position. Still ahead, what Marylanders think of him so far.
Temperatures will be in the high 50s, low 60s this afternoon. Still ahead, meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking our next chance for rain in his full weather authority forecast. 9:37, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
New this morning, Goucher College releasing its latest poll results, focusing on Governor Wes Moore, President Joe Biden, and voters' priorities.
Tom Rogers at our Live Center with those new results. Tom.
Yeah, here are the results right here. Goucher College just releasing the poll this morning. College surveying 800 Marylanders. And here's what they found. Out of the voters' priorities, 83% respond that reducing crime and improving education is their top priority. Next, 79% improve the economy and jobs. And 77% say eliminating child poverty. At the bottom of that list, with just 43%, was expanding energy sources like offshore wind sources. Now, when it comes to Governor Moore, 53% of Marylanders approve the job that he's doing as governor, while 26% disapprove and 20% say they don't know or refuse to respond. 47% of pollers say that Maryland is heading in the right direction. 42 say, no, it's not. This is similar to the findings from just last year. Almost half of Maryland residents polled, 48%, approved the job the Maryland General Assembly is doing right now. 35% disapproving, 16% saying they don't know or refuse to answer. Now, when it comes to new laws passed, the polls suggest legalization of recreational cannabis will likely only have a modest effect on use. Just 16% say they will be more likely to use cannabis for recreational purposes now that it's legal in the state, while 76% say the change in the law makes no difference to them. Finally, on a national level, when it comes to President Joe Biden, 46% of Marylanders polled, they approve the job he's doing, but 49% disapprove. And this is a blue state. 4% say they just don't know. Marylanders held similar attitudes toward Biden in September of 2022. You can read more on this poll right here, right at our website, foxbaltimore.com. That's the latest from our live center.
All right, Tom, thank you. Temperatures, they're going to reach the upper 50s and low 60s this afternoon. But just how much more rain is on the way? Well, meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking that. He's got your weather maker coming up next.
And we are jumping for joy this morning because our friends from the Maryland Zoo are joining us in studio. Up next, the golden amphibians you can check out at the zoo. 9:42, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Every month in our Creature Feature Spotlight, we share with you a new animal and we highlight its attributes and give you all the fun facts. Thanks to Jenny Egan, of course, with the Maryland Zoo. She's got a couple of Panamanian golden frogs with us. Thank you so much for coming in. We love this segment.
Thanks for having us.
So tell us about these guys. Who do you have here?
So this is Ross, Griffith, Edgardo, and Elliot.
There's four of them in there.
Exactly. Yep. So, and I don't know if you can tell, but they are all different shades.
Yeah.
So this one's a little green, a little orange, and they all have different patterns, which is what makes these animals unique, is they're born with different patterns, and that's how they identify.
I right away asked if I could touch it, and you said absolutely not.
Yeah, so definitely not. So our oils on our hands are pretty harmful to most amphibians. And also these animals, they come from Panama, and they are extinct in the wild.
Wow.
Yeah.
So they're only being raised in, is there a hope that one day that they will be released back out?
So we partner with a group down in Panama called El Valle Amphibian Conservation Center.
Yeah.
And we're helping them try to establish a population. So So a fungal disease down in Panama has kind of wiped this species out.
That's crazy.
So we're hoping that we can send a group down, because we've got over 50% of the breeding colony here in the United States.
It's incredible.
So we're hoping to send them back and to re-release them out into the wild.
They're not poisonous, right?
They actually are. So
they are. That's another reason. You didn't tell me that for not touching them. Another crucial thing to know.
So they are definitely poisonous. So you can kind of tell in the color. The more that they eat, so they eat insects, ants and beetles is what actually makes them toxic. So these ones, they don't eat ants and beetles at the zoo. They eat fruit flies and small little tiny crickets, but they definitely are toxic to other
And how are they
animals.
toxic to you? In the
Yeah, so in their skin, they secrete a toxin, and a lot of animals that are this color are toxic.
Really?
It's a warning color.
So what happens if that gets on you?
So on us, it wouldn't be as harmful, but if I were a predator and I were to eat this animal, then they would most likely get very, very sick.
And they're full grown in here.
They are completely full grown. They're all males, and males.
How do you know?
That's a good question. So males.
A PG question.
Yeah. So males are generally a little bit smaller, and they also have something called nuptial pads. But this species has actually been known also to kind of switch.
Really?
Yes, which is very interesting.
Interesting. Over time?
Over time.
Wow. And how long do they live? How old are these guys?
So they can live. So at the zoo. Yeah. So at the zoo, they can live to be 15 to 20.
Super cool.
Even somewhere in their,
he
teens.
wants out.
Yeah. So they are pretty, they're sticky. They're amphibians. So they definitely can jump and climb and do all sorts of things.
So today we were introduced to the Panamanian golden frog.
Yeah.
Thank you
Of
so
course.
much.
No
And they're
problem.
ambassadors too. So if you come out to the zoo, you can come see these
so
guys.
you can see these animals on our animal outpost. You can also walk over to Chimp Forest and see a group of them, but most of them are behind the scenes.
And it's a perfect time to get out, get to the Maryland Zoo, walk around now that the weather's getting warmer. That is my cue, Justin, to get the sun warmer for us all.
Yeah, I like how she buried the lead too. Yeah, they're poisonous.
They're poisonous.
Yeah, they'll totally kill you, but they're good. We're right here.
She
So.
was more worried about the frog safety than mine.
Correct, which is typical.
Yeah, I get it.
Clearly, yes. Good. Thank you, ladies, for being here. And good stuff for sure. Yes, we will have warmer numbers. It's going to be a very, very nice weekend. I'm telling you now, this stuff happening on a Tuesday and a Wednesday is fine, right? I know maybe some of you have those days off, but for a lot of folks who are working, yeah, you're inside working anyway, so you don't want to worry about being outside. But this weekend, we can start getting out there and enjoying all of the great things that springtime has to offer. Now, it's still picking up a few of those light showers, including a few snow showers in western Maryland right now, where we still have winter weather advisories, and winter storm warnings continue through tomorrow afternoon in the mountains of West Virginia. So that's where we're seeing the most accumulation, mainly above 3,000 to 4,000 feet. But you can see a pretty decent amount of moisture right there for Pittsburgh back to Columbus, Ohio. All of that is going to be tracking in our direction over the next couple of hours. So by about noontime, we will see that potential for a few more of those off and on showers here today. The steady rain is between about noon and 3 p.m. And then as we get to about 5, 6 o'clock this evening, notice that rain is pushing out of here. So kind of short-lived. We're not talking about nearly as much rain as we saw over the weekend, but again, still could get in your way if you're trying to do outdoor stuff, including golfing. So still at least a 2-club wind out there today, golfers, and chilly temperatures. Numbers only in the upper 50s, barely to about 60 degrees. Wind does not help to make it feel any warmer. We'll only get to about 57 in Annapolis, 54 in Columbia, mid to upper 50s out toward the eastern shore, with 53 in Cockeysville and Hunt Valley. And up and down the 95 corridor, looking at 50s and 60s for Philly and Baltimore, down through D.C. with only upper 40s there in Cumberland for the afternoon. So taking a look at your future scan, here comes the rain showers moving through the later part of the day today. That low eventually starting to slide off to the south and to the east by tomorrow. Still some leftover shower activity through tomorrow afternoon, but by Thursday, definitely the drier conditions will start to take over, and we'll see those warmer numbers as well. So after highs in the upper 50s and lower 60s for the next 2 days, mid 60s on Thursday, we're close to 70 on Friday, and then low to mid 70s into Saturday and Sunday as we approach the first weekend of the brand new month.
9:50 and trending now. The fashion industry is buzzing this morning after one of the industry's biggest nights of the year.
The Met Gala. It happened last night in New York City, and there were plenty of celebrities walking the carpet at the Metropolitan Museum of Art.
It's always so interesting to
I know.
see what they had on. This year's theme.
I almost wore that today.
Karl Lagerfeld, a line of beauty. Celebrities from different entertainment sectors, including fashion, Hollywood sports, music, all celebrating the opening of a new exhibit at the museum's Costume Institute. That was going to be mine today, so at least we wouldn't have matched, because we often match. So I think we would have been fine.
If we had only gone with that. Well, Carl was a fashion designer who just blazed trails in the fashion industry for 50 years. He sadly passed away in 2019.
But throughout his career, he worked at Balmain, Chloe, Fendi, Chanel. This year's dress code was in honor of Carl, and attendees had a lot of his designs to sort through when figuring out what to wear.
Got to be a lot of pressure.
So what they ended up dressing up I thought was interesting.
So celebrities who dressed up like his cat, Shoe Pet, are dominating the headlines this morning.
There were so many cats. Doja Cat was spotted on the carpet
makes sense.
wearing a gown complete with cat ears and prosthetics to make her face look like a cat.
Oh my.
She would only meow when she was interviewed by the correspondents.
That's spectacular. Jared Leto also got in on the bid. He showed up to the carpet dressed head to toe in a cat costume. Wow, that's serious cat costume. He did not remove his head, leaving the paparazzi and correspondents wondering who was under the suit. How'd they find out? Then he finally did.
Eventually, yeah. All right, well, 2 stars were joined by a +1 on the carpet. Love this, as they debuted their pregnancies at the event.
Tennis world champ Serena Williams and supermodel Carly Kloss stepping onto the red carpet, both sporting black gowns draped with pearls and baby bumps.
Yes, it was their first time announcing the good news. Both Williams and Kloss have 1 child each and say they cannot wait to grow their families.
That's awesome. Well, stay with Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore. After the break, meteorologist Justin Chambers has his exclusive, only going to see it here, 10-day forecast. 9:53 now on Good Day Baltimore.